Hey guys, we're launching into a deep dive tonight on one of history's strangest fixations. It was an era when merely catching a glimpse of a woman's lower leg could ignite a controversy, shatter her reputation, and even cause her engagement to fail. Picture a world where exposing a fraction of skin beneath your knee was deemed more scandalous than a major red carpet wardrobe malfunction today. For more than 100 years, women were forced to live under this ridiculous standard. And this evening, we're going to reveal the outrageous, comical and unsettling history behind the social panic over the ankle. Before we fully step into this wild narrative, I need to ask for a small favour to help this channel continue to expand. If you find these historical tales compelling, please consider hitting the subscribe button and giving this video a thumbs up, but honestly, only do it if the content genuinely connects with you. Also, I'm always interested to know where you are watching from right now. Are you at home, in some quiet spot? Leave a comment below and share that with me. Your engagement is absolutely vital. Alright, let's set the mood. Turn down the lights, get yourself comfortable, perhaps put on some gentle white noise for ambience. Now, let's get started with our story. London, 1867. The air is warm on a summer afternoon. The city streets hum with the movement of horse-drawn carriages, the shouts of various street vendors, and elegantly dressed women taking a walk through Hyde Park. Among them is a young woman named Margaret, just 22 years old, from a well-respected middle-class family, and due to be married in just 3 months. Her attire is standard for the period. A substantial crinoline skirt that brushes the ground, multiple layers of petticoats underneath, a tightly cinched corset, and boots that entirely conceal her feet. But this is where our story turns unexpected. As Margaret lifts her foot onto the curb to cross the busy street, a sudden, powerful gust of wind whips up her skirt. For maybe a couple of seconds, 3 at the absolute maximum, her ankle is momentarily visible, not her full leg, not even her lower calf, just the ankle bone. You might think, so what? That's nothing. But in that instant, Margaret's life took a catastrophic turn. 3 nearby women let out audible gasps. One woman pressed her hand to her chest as though witnessing a crime. A nearby gentleman immediately looked away, his face turning bright red with what society called appropriate shame. And most tragically, one of those onlookers happened to be her fiancé's mother, who was just coming back from the tailor's across the street. Within just 48 hours, Margaret's wedding engagement was cancelled. Her fiancé's family declared her unfit and shockingly immodest. The rumour quickly spread through her entire social circle that following Sunday at church, multiple families deliberately avoided sitting anywhere near her family's pew. The invitations to tea parties immediately dried up. Margaret, having done nothing wrong except for being caught in a sudden breeze, had become what the Victorians referred to as damaged goods. You're probably thinking this sounds completely fabricated, right? Like something ripped from a farcical novel meant to lampoon the Victorian era. But here is the critical point. This was not a made-up incident. This was the lived experience for millions of women throughout Britain, America, and much of the European continent for close to a century. The focus on the ankle didn't just appear out of thin air. It was a key element of a much broader cultural attitude that scholars now identify as the cult of female modesty. And to truly grasp why the ankle became the most forbidden body part of the 19th century, we have to look back a little further in time. Let's rewind to the late 1700s. During the Georgian period, women's fashion was actually quite relaxed. Gowns were lighter, hemlines sometimes rose to show the mid-calf, and society was relatively unconcerned about a woman's legs. But then, a dramatic transformation occurred around the 1830s, precisely when Queen Victoria assumed the British throne. Almost overnight, a new moral fervour swept across the entire Western world. The Victorian era brought with it an obsessive focus on purity and moral propriety that was nearly pathological, and the bodies of women became the main battleground for this moral fight. The rationale, if you can call it a rationale, was something like this. Women were supposedly frail, innocent creatures who needed shielding from the primal, animalistic urges of men. Therefore, if a woman revealed too much skin, or really any skin, she was essentially inviting improper male thoughts and misconduct. But this is where the absurdity reaches its peak. The Victorians created an incredibly complex and detailed ranking of which parts of the female body were acceptable for public viewing and which were not. Your hands? Acceptable, so long as they were covered by gloves in public. Your face and neck? Fine. Your collarbone? Pushing the boundary but acceptable for formal evening attire. Your ankle? Completely and utterly scandalous. Your calf? You might as well be walking around completely undressed. Dr. William Acton, a respected physician of the Victorian period, actually wrote medical texts arguing that the sight of a woman's ankle could cause men to completely lose control of their rational faculties. He claimed, and I'm summarising his ridiculous ideas here, that exposing the lower leg would inflame the passions to a degree that no gentleman could reasonably be expected to withstand, as if men were simply wild beasts ready to attack at the first glimpse of a tibia. This was not merely the strange opinion of one doctor, this was widely accepted medical and moral wisdom. Etiquette guides of the time devoted entire chapters to the necessity of keeping ankles covered. One influential guidebook from 1848, the Ladies' Book of Etiquette and Manual of Politeness, advised women to make sure their skirts touch the floor always, even when walking upstairs. The book specifically warned that a lady who allowed her ankle to be seen was essentially broadcasting her availability and loose moral standards. Stop and consider that for a moment. Walking up the stairs, a simple action you perform multiple times every day, required you to ensure your floor-length dress did not lift even an inch, or you risked being publicly labelled as immoral. The clothing industry, predictably, profited immensely from this moral panic. Dresses became heavier and significantly longer. By the 1850s and 60s, the average woman's dress weighed between 15 and 30 pounds. That's equivalent to carrying a small child on your body all day, every day. These enormous crinolines, the cage-like structures worn under the skirts, could reach up to 6 feet across. Women literally had to turn sideways just to pass through doorways. And here is something that is rarely discussed. This intense focus on covering the ankle was a genuine physical danger. There are recorded instances of women dying because their heavy, floor-length skirts caught fire from candles or stray fireplace embers. In one terrible incident in 1858, a young woman named Emily Anderson died instantly when her crinoline briefly brushed against a drawing room candle. The entire dress was engulfed in flames within seconds, and the sheer weight of the fabric made it impossible for her to tear it off quickly enough. Did society respond by saying, hey, maybe these ridiculously long, heavy dresses are a safety risk? Of course not. Instead, they developed fireproof crinolines treated with various chemicals that often caused severe skin rashes and breathing problems. The solution to a problem created by rules of modesty was more complicated, but still modesty-preserving inventions. The ankle panic extended far beyond just daily attire. It permeated every area of a woman's life. At the ocean, women were forced to wear bulky, full-length bathing costumes that we'll discuss in more detail later in our evening's journey. But even in the water itself, exposing an ankle was deemed indecent. Special bathing machines, which were essentially wooden dressing rooms on wheels, were pushed out into the ocean so women could enter the water without anyone seeing their legs. In the world of photography, which was gaining popularity in the mid-1800s, women were instructed to sit in particular poses that guaranteed zero ankle exposure. Portrait photographers kept special pieces of draping cloth on hand to cover any accidental gaps that appeared between a woman's skirt and the studio floor. Some photography studios even employed assistants whose entire job was simply to arrange the fabric to ensure total leg coverage. The world of the theatre faced similar restrictions. Actresses were forbidden from wearing anything that exposed their ankles, even when portraying male characters who should have been wearing pants. This led to the creation of so-called dress trousers, which were essentially loose, skirt-like pants that maintained the illusion of modesty while technically being masculine clothing. But perhaps the most telling thing about the ankle obsession was how it revealed the deep-seated anxiety Victorian society felt about female sexuality. You see, ankles weren't inherently sexual or provocative body parts. They became sexualized precisely because they were outlawed. It's the classic forbidden fruit psychology. By declaring the ankle a taboo object, society created the very problem it claimed it was trying to prevent. Women understood this strange contradiction, even if they couldn't speak about it publicly. In their private letters and diaries, sources that historians have only recently begun to fully analyse, many women wrote about their frustration, confusion, and sometimes even their amusement at the bizarre ankle rules. One diary entry from 1871, written by a woman named Charlotte Pemberton, reads, "Today I caught my foot in my hem and nearly toppled into the fishmonger's stand. For a quick moment, my boot was visible. 3 ladies clicked their tongues at me as if I'd committed an atrocity, yet not one of them inquired if I was injured. What strange times we live in where a boot is more offensive than a lack of concern for another person's injury. There's something both deeply sad and darkly humorous about that entry, isn't there? A woman almost seriously injures herself because of impractical clothing designed to conceal her ankles, and the immediate social reaction is to criticise her for the momentary visibility, rather than to question the ridiculous fashion rule that caused the near accident in the first place. The economic impact of the ankle obsession was also immense. The textile industry boomed because women required so much fabric for these huge skirts. A single dress could easily need 20 to 30 yards of material. For middle-class and wealthy families, maintaining a suitable wardrobe for their wives and daughters was a major financial burden. And for women in the working class, the requirement to remain modest while also needing to work created impossible conflicts. Factory workers, for example, were expected to uphold the same modesty standards as wealthy society ladies. But their work environments made this nearly impossible. Long skirts often got caught in machinery, leading to terrible injuries and even deaths. Some factory owners, more progressively minded, allowed their female workers to slightly shorten their skirts for safety reasons, but this often triggered public outrage and accusations that the factories were encouraging immorality. Servants faced similar ridiculous difficulties. Imagine being a housemaid, having to climb stairs all day long, scrubbing floors, carrying heavy objects, all while making sure your floor-length skirt never ever lifted high enough to reveal your ankle. It was physically exhausting and, quite frankly, absurd. Now this is where the narrative starts to show a little light. Women did not just passively accept these ridiculous mandates. Throughout the Victorian era, there were women who bravely pushed back against the ankle obsession in various clever and subtle ways. The rational dress movement started in the 1850s and gained significant momentum in the decades that followed. Women like Amelia Bloomer campaigned for practical clothing that allowed women freedom of movement. Bloomer became famous for promoting loose trousers worn under a knee-length skirt, an outfit that seems perfectly modest by today's standards, but was considered absolutely scandalous at the time. She received actual death threats. Newspapers printed cruel cartoons making fun of her. Religious leaders condemned her from their pulpits. But she refused to stop, and so did thousands of other women who were tired of being prisoners to absurd fashion rules. By the 1890s, the popularity of the bicycle began to shift the social landscape. Bicycles gave women a level of mobility and freedom they had never experienced. But you simply could not ride a bicycle in a floor-length crinoline. Women who wanted to cycle started wearing shorter skirts or the controversial bloomers. And despite the initial backlash, society slowly began to tolerate this new style. primarily because bicycling was seen as a healthy and modern activity. It is fascinating to observe how new technology can sometimes force social change in ways that moral or rational arguments alone cannot accomplish. The bicycle ultimately did more to reveal women's ankles than decades of rational dress activism. The early 1900s brought World War I, and with it came a massive social shift. Women entered the workforce in enormous numbers, taking over jobs previously held only by men. They desperately needed practical clothing. Hemlines gradually rose to the mid-calf and then later to the knee. And guess what happened? Society did not collapse. Men did not lose their minds en masse. Life simply went on. Looking back at the ankle panic now, it seems completely ridiculous, and it absolutely was ridiculous, but it's also important to remember that the women who endured this were not stupid. They were trapped inside a powerful system that harshly punished any deviation and strongly rewarded strict conformity. A woman like Margaret, whose engagement was ruined over a gust of wind, wasn't a weak or foolish person. She was a victim of a society that prioritized the appearance of female purity over a woman's actual safety, well-being, and personal autonomy. The obsession with the ankle was never truly about ankles at all. It was fundamentally about control. It was about restricting women's movement, both physically and socially. It was about enforcing a rigid social hierarchy where women's bodies were constantly scrutinized, judged, and restricted. And here is something worth considering as we settle in here tonight. While we have clearly made huge strides since the Victorian era, are we truly that far removed from these core attitudes? We still often police women's clothing in academic settings, professional environments, and public spaces. We still have endless debates about whether hemlines and necklines are too distracting or inappropriate. The specific words have changed, but some of the underlying beliefs about women's bodies being inherently problematic or overtly provocative definitely persist. The ankle apocalypse of the Victorian age serves as a powerful reminder of how arbitrary and utterly absurd social rules can become when we fail to actively question them. It's a sobering reminder that tradition is not always synonymous with wisdom, and that propriety can sometimes be a disguise for systemic oppression. As we conclude this initial section of our evening, take a moment to genuinely appreciate the freedom you possess right now. The freedom to choose your clothing, to move your body as you please, to openly show your ankles without the fear of social ruin. This is a freedom that women fought fiercely to achieve, often enduring ridicule, social exile, and worse. But the ankle story is only the very first part of our journey, because if you think the ankle rules were bizarre, just wait until you hear what happened when women attempted to speak during dinner parties. The rule of silence at dinner was perhaps even more psychologically suffocating than the fashion restrictions, and the penalties for breaking it could be just as devastating to a woman's life. In just a moment, we will explore how women were literally silenced at their own dining tables, treated as mere decorative objects rather than intelligent human beings with valuable thoughts and opinions worth sharing. Trust me, the next part of this story will make you deeply grateful for every conversation you have ever had over a simple meal. So, we've covered how the ankle became scandalous. Now let's talk about something even more fundamental that was taken from women: their voice. Imagine being invited to a stunningly elegant dinner party. The table is flawlessly set, with fine crystal glasses catching the soft candlelight and the comforting aroma of roasted meats and fresh bread filling the air. You are seated amongst a dozen guests, interesting, accomplished people. The conversation is about to start, and you have intelligent insights, opinions, and thoughts you want to share. But there is one major complication. You are a woman, and you are not allowed to speak unless and until a man speaks directly to you first. This was not a mere social suggestion. This was an unbreakable rule of etiquette that dictated how women behaved at dining tables across America and Europe for many generations. And the women who broke this ironclad rule paid a steep price. Allow me to introduce you to someone who learned this lesson the hardest way possible. Her name was Elizabeth Cavendish, and in 1823, at 19 years old, she attended her very first formal dinner party at a nobleman's massive estate in Hampshire, England. Elizabeth was well educated, spoke 3 languages fluently, was an accomplished pianist, and was blessed, or maybe cursed, with a naturally curious intellect and a passion for lively conversation. The dinner proceeded exactly as these events always did. The gentlemen were seated first, followed by the ladies. Servants brought out one course after another. The gentleman seated to Elizabeth's left began to discuss the latest political developments in Parliament. He made a minor factual error. Nothing major, just a small mix-up concerning which specific committee had put forward a certain bill. Elizabeth knew the correct information. She had read about it extensively in her father's newspapers, and in what she thought was a genuinely helpful gesture, she politely corrected him. "Pardon me, sir, but I believe it was actually the Finance Committee, not the Trade Committee, that proposed that specific measure." The entire table fell into a profound silence. Every fork paused mid-air. The gentleman turned to look at her with an expression that was somewhere between absolute shock and open disgust. The hostess, positioned at the head of the table, visibly turned pale. Elizabeth had committed what society considered a severe social offence. She had initiated conversation with a gentleman without first being directly addressed, and worse, she had publicly contradicted him. The dinner continued, but Elizabeth was entirely isolated. No one directed any conversation toward her for the rest of the meal. When the ladies retreated to the drawing room afterward, a custom we'll explore further as our night goes on, the older women immediately cornered her and sternly lectured her. Her mother was utterly mortified. Word of Elizabeth's forwardness rapidly spread through all the social circles, and for the following 2 social seasons, she received significantly fewer invitations to events. Several potential suitors who had expressed interest suddenly became distant, all because she dared to speak when she wasn't given permission. Now you must be asking yourself, where did this absolutely insane rule originate? What completely twisted logic convinced an entire society that women should not be permitted to initiate conversation at their own dinner tables? The origins go back surprisingly far. Medieval banquet rules had already established hierarchies of speech. Servants could not speak to nobility unless explicitly given permission. Children could not speak to adults without being addressed first. But the specific silencing of women intensified during the Renaissance and reached its most extreme point during the Georgian and Victorian eras. The rationale, recorded in countless etiquette manuals of the period, was based on several profoundly incorrect assumptions. First, there was the pervasive idea that women's minds were naturally inferior and that their opinions held less value. An etiquette guide from 1774 titled The Polite Lady explicitly stated that a woman's thoughts are like children, charming in their innocence but requiring the guidance and correction of masculine wisdom before being offered in company. Can you imagine reading that and being told you must accept it as a fundamental truth about yourself? Second, there was the deeply held belief that a woman who spoke assertively or initiated conversation was displaying unwomanly aggression that would make her completely unmarriageable. The ideal Victorian woman was described in an 1845 conduct manual as a gentle listener, a responsive echo, never an originator of discourse, not even an originator of conversation, just an echo. Think about how completely dehumanizing that concept is. Third, and perhaps most harmful, the dinner table silence was a critical component of a larger system of control. If women were prevented from speaking freely in any public social setting, they could not exchange ideas, form powerful alliances, or gain the kind of social capital that comes from being recognized as an intelligent, engaging conversationalist. The specific, practical rules concerning dinner conversation were incredibly strict and suffocating. Let me quickly summarize what a woman was required to navigate at every formal meal. Rule 1. Wait to be addressed. A woman was forbidden from starting a conversation with any gentleman at the table unless he spoke to her first. This rule included her own husband in any formal setting. Rule 2. Respond briefly and modestly. If a gentleman did speak to you, your reply was required to be concise, deferential, and ideally include some form of agreement with whatever he had just said. Disagreeing, even in a polite manner, was viewed as being argumentative. Rule 3. Never interrupt. If a man was speaking, you were absolutely not permitted to interject, even if he was taking forever to make his point or had completely lost the thread of the topic. Women were expected to wait patiently in silence, maintaining an expression of deeply interested attentiveness. Rule 4. Defer to male expertise. On any topic of substance, politics, business, science, or current events, women were expected to publicly acknowledge male authority. Even if you were personally more knowledgeable about a specific subject, you were forbidden from demonstrating that knowledge in any way that might outshine a man. Rule 5. Avoid controversial topics. Women were strongly discouraged from discussing anything that might lead to passionate debate. Religion, money, politics, and social issues were all strictly off limits. Instead, women were expected to engage in light, pleasant small talk about the weather, fashion trends, music, or completely innocuous domestic topics. Here is the particularly infuriating aspect of these rules. They created a classic, self-fulfilling prophecy. Society claimed that women's conversation was inherently less interesting and less substantial than men's. Then they established rules that prevented women from developing or displaying actual conversational skills. And then they used women's resulting silence or superficial small talk as evidence that women's minds were indeed inferior. The enforcement of these rules was often vicious in its subtlety. There weren't dinner table police arresting women for speaking out of turn. Instead, the punishment was a slow social death by 1,000 small cuts. A woman who spoke too freely might find herself becoming the target of malicious gossip. Other women, terrified of damaging their own reputations, would publicly distance themselves from her. Hostesses would stop sending her invitations to future events. Men would pointedly avoid her, viewing her as difficult or unladylike. For unmarried women, this could mean the difference between a respectable marriage and permanent spinsterhood. For married women, it could result in painful social isolation and extreme embarrassment for their husbands. There's a heartbreaking letter from 1852 written by a woman named Catherine Walsh to her sister that perfectly illustrates this effect. Catherine had been married for 3 years to a merchant. She wrote, "Last evening at the Hendersons' dinner, I made the grave error of expressing an opinion about the new railway expansion before Mr. Henderson had offered his own thoughts. My husband did not speak to me the entire carriage ride home. This morning he informed me I have embarrassed him and shall not attend the next gathering. I feel I am slowly disappearing piece by piece until there will be nothing left but a silent shadow." I want you to truly absorb that thought for a moment. An intelligent, capable adult woman being made to feel that she is vanishing simply because she dared to have and voice an opinion. The rule of dinner table silence had a particularly damaging effect on women's intellectual growth. Consider this fact. Dinner parties and social gatherings were the main settings where new ideas were exchanged, where people debated current events, where professional connections were forged, and where business opportunities were discussed. By actively excluding women from meaningful involvement in these discussions, society effectively locked them out of essential intellectual and professional networks. Some women did develop very clever workarounds. There are historical accounts of women who became masters of the strategic question and the meaningful glance. Instead of stating their own ideas directly, they would ask carefully worded questions that subtly guided the men to the very conclusions the women wanted to see discussed. It was a kind of intellectual puppeteering, getting their ideas into the stream of conversation without technically violating the restrictive rules. One woman, a famous salon hostess named Harriet Martineau in the 1830s, became legendary for this subtle technique. She would host dinner parties where she ostensibly sat quietly, only occasionally asking seemingly innocent questions. But those questions were so perfectly formulated that they would instantly spark the exact debates and discussions she wanted to facilitate. She was essentially conducting the conversation like an orchestra, but she was forced to pretend that she was only a passive observer. Other women quickly observed this and started adopting similar strategies. But here is the major catch. Even these clever workarounds required the women to accept the fundamental injustice of the social system. Women should not have been required to manipulate conversations from the sidelines. They should have been allowed to participate openly and as equals. The children at these dinners also absorbed these damaging lessons. Young girls watched their mothers and older sisters sit in almost total silence, speaking only when spoken to, and they internalized the lesson that this was the path for their own future. Boys watched their fathers dominate conversations and learned that male voices were inherently more important. These dinner table dynamics were not just affecting one generation, they were powerfully perpetuating gender hierarchies into the next one. There were, of course, a few exceptions and a few rebels. Certain high-status aristocratic women, especially widows who had inherited wealth and therefore possessed some social independence, could sometimes get away with more conversational freedom. Women such as Lady Mary Wortley Montagu in the 18th century or George Sand in the 19th century openly defied conventions and faced intense criticism for it. But their high status and wealth provided a measure of protection. For the average middle-class or upper-middle-class woman, however, the dinner table silence was nearly absolute, and it extended far beyond just formal dinners. The expectation carried over into almost all mixed-gender social situations. At formal balls, during social visits, and even at family gatherings, women were expected to be responsive rather than initiating conversation. The medical establishment, predictably, lent its weight to these social rules with a barrage of pseudo-scientific nonsense. Some Victorian doctors genuinely claimed that too much intellectual conversation could severely damage women's supposedly delicate constitutions. There was a sincerely held belief in some medical circles that using one's brain too strenuously could dangerously divert blood flow away from the reproductive organs and cause permanent infertility. I know it sounds like a premise from a dark comedy, but women were told this by authority figures, by doctors, by their own families, and if you heard this same message your entire life from everyone around you, wouldn't a part of you eventually start to believe it? The economic dimension is also worth a closer look. Women's silence at dinner tables directly reinforced their financial dependence on men. If you were unable to fully participate in discussions about business, finance, or professional opportunities, you simply could not develop the knowledge or the crucial connections necessary to support yourself financially. The dinner table silence helped to ensure that women remained economically reliant on their fathers, then their husbands, and finally their sons. But let's focus now on the times when this oppressive system began to crack, because despite all these ridiculous rules and all this intense social pressure, women's voices could not be completely suppressed. There is a wonderful and profoundly rebellious account from an 1868 dinner party in Boston. A group of women involved in the early suffrage movement were invited to a dinner hosted by a progressive-minded couple. The hostess, intentionally breaking convention, strongly encouraged the women to speak freely and openly. The male guests, many of whom considered themselves allies of women's rights, were nevertheless visibly uncomfortable when the women began initiating topics, debating politics, and openly disagreeing with points the men made. One of the women present, Lucy Stone, recorded in her private journal that several of the men, despite their stated support for equality, kept attempting to redirect the conversation back to pointedly appropriate topics for ladies. When the women absolutely persisted in discussing voting rights and complex legal reforms, some of the men simply fell silent, apparently unable to reconcile their theoretical support for women's equality with the actual lived reality of women exercising equal conversational rights. This tells us a critical truth. Even people who intellectually believed in equality struggled to accept it in practice when it disrupted their comfortable, long-established social hierarchies. The turn of the 20th century finally began to change things. Women's clubs and various societies provided women with necessary spaces to develop their public speaking and debating skills among themselves. The growing suffrage movement required women to speak forcefully in public, to debate and to argue for their rights with passion, and gradually the strict rules of dinner-table silence began to truly disappear. World War I dramatically accelerated this change, as it did with so many deep-seated social conventions. With vast numbers of men away fighting the war, women took on crucial new roles and responsibilities that absolutely required decisive speech and strong leadership. The belief that women should remain quiet, only speaking when addressed, began to seem not merely old-fashioned, but completely absurd. By the 1920s, the new class of women, the flappers, the moderns, openly ignored the accepted rules of conversation. They spoke at the moment they decided to speak. They argued points, they challenged ideas, they started discussions without waiting for a man to give permission, and though they faced opposition from those holding traditional views, society was transforming too quickly for those old rules to ever fully recover. But here's the essential point I hope you consider as we are gathered here tonight. How much of that expectation of silence still lingers in our current lives? Research studies, even today, show that women are cut off more often than men in professional settings. In meetings, women are frequently viewed as overbearing or pushy for the same confident communication that makes men appear like natural leaders. Girls, in ways that boys are not, are still occasionally taught to be polite listeners. The clear directive of don't speak until spoken to is gone, yes, but the deeper assumptions that male voices matter more, that a woman who speaks strongly is somehow out of line, those assumptions subtly remain. The image of the quiet Victorian dining table feels like ancient history. Yet, every time a woman is interrupted during a meeting, every time an enthusiastic girl is told she talks too much, every time a woman must adjust her tone or soften her words to avoid being called difficult, that is a direct echo of those old expectations. And recognizing those echoes is the necessary first step toward finally silencing them for good. As we continue on tonight, keep in mind how much women were compelled to hide their voices at dinner and their ankles in public. But you need to hear about what was expected when a woman simply fainted, because in our next segment, we're going to look into one of the most bizarre rules of etiquette of all, the requirement that women would intentionally faint on cue, and how this supposedly delicate reaction was actually a mandated social act. Believe me, the conspiracy of the corset is about to get extremely, extremely strange. Here is something that sounds like fiction, but is entirely true. There was a time when women were supposed to faint, not by accident, not from genuine sickness, but deliberately, as a demonstration of proper womanhood and sensitive nature, and the device that enabled this, the corset. This seemingly harmless piece of underclothing was actually an instrument of torment that women were forced to wear from childhood, often causing lasting organ damage, cracked ribs, and yes, regular fainting episodes that society somehow judged as evidence of virtue instead of clear distress. Let's transport ourselves back to Paris, 1851. A teenager named Amélie Rousseau is getting ready for an opera event. She is 17, looking forward to the night ahead when her lady's maid begins the tightening process. The corset is placed around Amélie's middle. And then the drawing begins. Tighter. Tighter. Amélie struggles to breathe. The maid keeps pulling. This isn't ill treatment. This is normal procedure. Amélie's natural waist size is 24 inches. By the time the maid is finished, it has been squeezed down to 18 inches. 6 inches of her body compressed into an unnatural form by whalebone supports and steel rods. Amelie descends the staircase carefully, taking shallow breaths because full ones are impossible. At the opera house, she sits in her family's box seat. The show is lovely, but Amelie cannot fully enjoy it. She feels lightheaded. The setting appears to sway. And then, midway through the second act, her vision goes black. She faints. Her mother does not panic. The other women in the nearby boxes barely react. This is normal, expected. When Amelie revives, smelling salts held beneath her nose, her mother actually seems pleased. Later that night, she tells Amelie, "You fainted with such grace, dear." Young Monsieur Dubois noticed. Such displays of fragility are appealing to refined gentlemen. Amelie had just suffered a lack of oxygen severe enough to cause loss of consciousness, and her mother was giving her praise. This wasn't unique, this was standard, and it only becomes more bizarre from here. The corset, as we know it, developed from earlier garments designed to shape the body, but it reached its most excessive and harmful form during the Victorian era. By the middle of the 1800s, the ideal female figure required an impossibly tiny waist. The wasp waist was the measure of beauty. We're talking about waist measurements that would make today's runway models seem sturdy in comparison. Fashion magazines of that period regularly featured drawings of women with waists so small they looked biologically impossible. And you know what? They were impossible for a standardly proportioned adult human body. But that didn't stop society from demanding women meet these proportions. Now here is where it becomes truly disturbing. Girls as young as 3 or 4 years old were placed into training corsets. Yes, you heard that correctly, toddlers. The intent was to train the body while it was still growing, to reshape the ribcage and organs into the desired form before the bones completely hardened. An 1859 medical publication from London documented the practice, observing with concern but not outright condemnation, mind you, that young girls were being urged to accept the corset as early as possible to guarantee the proper feminine shape. The same journal described examining adolescent girls whose ribs had been permanently misshapen, whose livers had been shifted, and whose reproductive organs had been compressed. And yet, the practice continued. The health consequences of tight lacing, that was the term for extreme corset compression, were absolutely terrible. Let me detail for you what happened to a woman's body when she wore a tightly laced corset for many hours every day, year after year. First, the ribs. The lower ribs have some flexibility, which is why they could be compressed at all. But constant pressure would deform them permanently, sometimes even breaking them. Museum collections today contain corsets with visible bloodstains on the inside, proof of broken ribs piercing the skin. Second, the organs. Your liver, stomach, and intestines, they all require space. When you reduce the torso by 6, 7, or even 8 inches, those organs must be displaced. They are forced upward and downward, moved from their natural placement. This resulted in constant digestive issues, liver damage, and problems with reproduction. Third, breathing. This is the factor that caused the fainting. A tightly laced corset made taking a deep breath impossible. Women could only breathe shallowly using their upper chest. This meant reduced oxygen intake, and reduced oxygen meant lightheadedness, weakness, and frequent loss of consciousness. But here is the truly dangerous aspect. Society took these signs of physical trauma and relabeled them as evidence of greater feminine delicacy. A woman who fainted easily was viewed as more refined, more sensitive, more womanly than a woman who remained stable and upright. Medical books from the time actually described fainting as a natural feminine reaction to intense feeling or stimulation. They weren't acknowledging that the fainting was caused by oxygen deprivation from artificial body compression. They were calling it an inherent characteristic of womanhood. There is a particularly insightful quotation from an 1867 etiquette guidebook called The Young Lady's Friend that states, "A lady of true refinement will display a becoming fragility of constitution. She should be prone to occasional faintness, as this shows the exquisite sensitivity of her nervous system and the purity of her nature." Think about that again. Losing consciousness from lack of oxygen was regarded as proof of purity, and women were actually taught how to faint correctly. Yes, there were specific lessons. The elegant feint was a skill young ladies were expected to master. You couldn't simply drop like a bag of rocks. That would have been improper. No, you had to gently sway, put one hand to your forehead and then lower yourself in a controlled, graceful way, ideally into the arms of a gentleman nearby. Some women became so proficient at intentional fainting that they could do it on demand. Feeling bored at a gathering? Faint? Need to leave an uncomfortable conversation? Faint. Want male attention or pity? Faint. It's almost funny in its manipulative nature, except that it was built upon a reality of actual physical pain. The fashion industry naturally profited immensely from this system. Corset producers were everywhere. By the 1880s, it was a multi-million-dollar global business. Some companies advertised corsets that could reduce your waist by as much as 10 inches. They marketed these as health products, claiming they offered support and promoted good posture. The truth? They were selling organ damage and oxygen deprivation. And if you imagine the corset industry would admit any health worries, think again. When doctors started publishing research about the dangers of tight lacing in the 1870s and 1880s, the industry pushed back strongly. They paid for their own studies, arguing corsets were actually helpful. They had celebrity endorsements, well-known actresses and socialites who swore by their corsets. Does this sound at all familiar? It's the same strategy employed by tobacco companies in the 20th century and by food industries today. Create a profitable item, disregard the health risks, fund positive research, criticize detractors. But the human expense was shocking. Women endured constant pain that they were expected to suffer through quietly, because complaining would be considered unladylike. They developed serious medical conditions that the doctors of that time did not completely grasp or could not treat. There is a moving diary entry from 1873 written by a 28-year-old married woman named Sarah Hale, who had been wearing tightly laced corsets since she was 12. She wrote, "I have not taken a full breath in 16 years. Sometimes I dream I am running through a meadow, breathing deeply, and I wake up gasping in my corset. I wonder if this is what my whole life will be. A slow suffocation that everyone calls beauty." That's not a poetic statement. That is a woman detailing her daily existence. The mental effect of this never-ending physical constraint should not be underestimated either. Imagine living your entire life unable to breathe fully, unable to move without restriction, in constant discomfort. How would that impact your emotional state, your self-perception? Some historians suggest that the corset was one of the most effective tools of male control ever devised because it quite literally limited women's physical capability. You cannot run in a corset, you cannot fight, you cannot perform physically demanding labour. You become reliant on others for activities requiring strength or stamina, and because women were told from childhood that corsets were essential, that not wearing one was improper and shameful, many women adopted this restriction themselves. They policed their own behaviour and that of others. There are records of women who, even when completely alone in their homes, felt uncomfortable removing their corsets. The physical constraint had become psychological. The cage was so deeply internalized that even when the door was open, they couldn't step out. But not every woman accepted this quietly. Throughout the 19th century, there were voices of dissent. Dr. Mary Walker, one of the first female doctors in America and a Medal of Honor recipient, absolutely refused to wear corsets. She wore men's trousers and loose-fitting attire, and she was arrested numerous times for impersonating a man and violating dress codes. But she persisted, arguing that women's health required freedom from restrictive clothing. The dress reform movement of the 1850s through the 1890s specifically targeted the corset as harmful and unnecessary. Women like Amelia Bloomer, Elizabeth Cady Stanton, and others advocated for practical clothing that allowed natural movement and proper breathing. They were viciously ridiculed. Newspapers published cruel cartoons depicting dress reformers as unattractive, masculine, and undesirable. The clear message was, reject the corset and you reject womanhood itself. But these women kept fighting. They published booklets detailing the medical horrors of tight lacing. They gave public talks. They wore the reformed dress themselves and refused to be ashamed for it. And gradually, very gradually, things started to change. The bicycle craze of the 1890s, yes, bicycles again, those wonderful catalysts for social change, made corsets increasingly impractical. Women who wanted to cycle needed to breathe fully and move without constraint. Some women began wearing lighter, less restrictive corsets for biking and discovered how much better they felt. The beginning of the 1900s brought the arts and crafts movement and Art Nouveau, which championed more natural, flowing shapes in art and design. This shift in aesthetics influenced clothing. The S-bend corset briefly replaced the wasp waist style, though it introduced its own set of health problems. World War I delivered the final blow. With women entering factories and taking on manual labour for the war effort, corsets became impossible. You couldn't produce weapons or drive ambulances or work in fields while wearing a device that prevented you from breathing or bending. The French designer Paul Poiret is often credited with freeing women from corsets in the 1910s. But, let's be accurate, women were already freeing themselves. Poiret simply made it fashionable. By the 1920s, the flapper era had arrived, with its straight, youthful figures that needed no waist compression whatsoever. The corset industry did not vanish entirely. It changed into brassieres and girdles, which had their own complications. But the period of the bone-crushing, organ-shifting, fainting-inducing corset was finally over. Today, when we view old corsets in museums, it is difficult to believe women actually wore these things. Modern clothing, even shapewear, does not compare to the extreme restriction of Victorian corsets. But here is the critical takeaway. The women who wore corsets were not foolish or weak. They were confined within a social structure that offered them very limited options. Rejecting the corset meant social exclusion, poorer marriage prospects, and being labelled as improper or mannish. The true villains were the societal structures that valued women's external appearance over their actual health, that prioritised an arbitrary ideal of beauty over human well-being, and that redefined pain as a sign of virtue. And before we feel too secure thinking we've moved past all that, consider this. We still live in a world where women undergo painful cosmetic surgeries, where eating disorders are widespread, where women's professional progress can be influenced by their appearance in ways that don't apply to men. The corset is gone, but the underlying message that women's bodies must be altered, controlled, and sometimes harmed to satisfy social expectations, that message still echoes. So as we are here tonight, perhaps take a moment to appreciate the simple action of taking a deep breath. It is a freedom that women struggled for, sometimes at great personal cost. And speaking of things women were not permitted to do freely, our next topic is going to utterly surprise you. Because while we've covered ankles, voices and breathing, we have not yet discussed gloves. Yes, gloves. You're likely thinking, how complex could the rules for gloves possibly be? Oh, my friend, you truly have no idea. The Victorian era established 47 separate rules for when, how and why women should wear gloves. And violating these rules could be just as socially destructive as any other rule of etiquette we've talked about. Get ready, because the glove scandal is about to become incredibly detailed and wonderfully absurd. You know what is crazy? There was a time when simply putting on or taking off a glove at the wrong instant could destroy your entire standing in society. I am not exaggerating. Your reputation could literally be ruined by a piece of cloth covering your hand. The Victorian obsession with glove etiquette was so detailed, so ridiculously specific, that entire books were dedicated solely to this one accessory. We are talking hundreds of pages aimed at answering questions like, do you shake hands with gloves on or off? Do you eat while wearing gloves? What colour gloves indicates a period of mourning versus a wedding? And heaven forbid you made a mistake on any of it. Let me tell you about what happened to a woman named Caroline Preston in Boston, 1889. Caroline was invited to a highly prestigious afternoon tea at the home of Mrs. Henrietta Lowell, one of Boston's most influential society women. This was a major event. An invitation from Mrs. Lowell could either establish or destroy your social standing. Caroline arrived wearing lovely cream-coloured kid leather gloves, perfectly appropriate for an afternoon gathering. She was shown into the drawing room where about a dozen other ladies were already seated. Tea was served, delicate sandwiches, small cakes, polite conversation. Then came the moment that would plague Caroline for years. A servant offered her a small plate of finger sandwiches. Without thinking, Caroline reached for one while still wearing her gloves. The room did not gasp out loud. That would have been too impolite. Instead, there was a subtle but definite change in the mood. A few eyebrows lifted just slightly. Mrs. Lowell's expression changed from courteous warmth to extreme coolness. The woman next to Caroline actually leaned away as if eating a gloved sandwich was contagious. Caroline had committed a major offence in glove etiquette. She had touched food while wearing gloves. This was considered not just improper but genuinely filthy, equivalent to eating with dirty hands. The tea went on, but Caroline was essentially ignored. No one spoke to her directly for the rest of the event. When she left, she did not receive an invitation to return. The story circulated quickly through her social circle. For the next few months, Caroline realised she was systematically excluded from events she would have typically received an invitation to. This entire social disaster stemmed from a single glove and a sandwich. Now, you're probably wondering, why in the world did gloves hold such significance? What could possibly warrant 47 distinct regulations regarding hand coverings? The explanation, much like many facets of Victorian society, is a convoluted mixture of class insecurity, a fear of germs, societal panic, and the intense drive to establish social separation between women of distinction and everyone else. Let's begin with the absolute basics. During the 19th century, specifically from around 1830 up to 1910, a respectable woman was expected to wear gloves almost every time she stepped out in public or was among non-intimate company. We're not talking about thick gloves intended purely for keeping warm. These were delicate gloves made of fine kid leather or fabric, whose only real function was to denote social status. The fundamental principle seemed straightforward enough. Outside the home, wear gloves. But that simple rule gave rise to an incredibly complex and confusing framework of exceptions, mandatory specifications, and variations dependent on the precise situation. Rule number 1. You must wear gloves when walking on public streets. Always. Even on the hottest day of summer. Having bare hands in public implied you were either poor and couldn't afford the covering, or simply improper. In either case, it was a social catastrophe. Rule number 2. The precise material of the glove was hugely important. Kid leather was for formal daytime functions. Silk was reserved for evening attire. Cotton or lace were acceptable for slightly less formal gatherings. Wearing the wrong material for the wrong event was the social equivalent of arriving at a black tie wedding in your running clothes. Rule number 3. Colour protocols were strictly enforced. Unmarried young women wore white or lighter shades. Married women were expected to wear darker colours. Black was for periods of mourning, with very specific shades used to signal different, distinct stages of grief. Lavender or grey indicated half-mourning. Getting this wrong didn't just constitute a fashion faux pas, it risked being perceived as a severe insult to the deceased. But this is where the system truly descended into absurdity. The simple act of putting on and taking off a glove became an elaborate social dance, governed by rules that felt designed specifically to make people fail. The handshake problem was arguably the most bewildering. When you met someone new, should you pull your glove off before extending your hand, or was shaking hands while gloved considered acceptable? The answer was conditional on numerous factors. Were you indoors or outdoors? Was the other person gloved or bare-handed? Did you both share the same social standing? Was this a formal introduction or a casual meeting? An 1882 etiquette handbook titled The Habits of Good Society devoted 17 pages, a full 17 pages, to the glove handshake dilemma alone. Its final conclusion, if you can even call it that, was essentially that it depended on a multitude of contextual factors, and if you made the wrong choice, you had committed a serious insult. Generally, men were required to remove their gloves before shaking a woman's hand, but women were permitted to keep theirs on unless the woman was substantially lower in social rank, in which case she was expected to remove hers. Unless the encounter happened to be outside, in which case a completely different set of rules applied. Unless. Can you even imagine the intensive mental energy required for every single social exchange? It's utterly exhausting just contemplating it. The dining glove rules were even more precise. At a formal dinner, women wore their gloves as they entered the room and during the initial socializing period. But once the meal service actually began, the gloves had to be removed. Crucially, and this is a vital detail, you couldn't just casually yank them off like you were about to wash the dishes. Absolutely not. There was a specific, proper glove removal technique. You were supposed to peel each glove off gracefully, starting with the right hand, taking extreme care to ensure the glove was not turned inside out in the process. The removed gloves then needed to be folded with precision and placed in your lap, never, under any circumstances, on the table. Once the meal concluded, before exiting the dining room, you were expected to put them back on again, following a prescribed method. One particularly ludicrous instruction: if you needed to adjust your hairstyle or touch your face during the dinner, you were prohibited from using your bare hands. You were first required to put your gloves back on, make the adjustment, and then remove them again. Because apparently, bare hands touching your own face was considered somehow more vulgar than the entire complicated glove gymnastics routine. There is a charming account from a young woman's journal, dated 1876, where she describes attending her very first formal dinner and becoming so paralyzed with anxiety about the glove choreography that she could barely manage to eat anything. She wrote, "I was so preoccupied with observing when others took off and put back on their gloves that the food was practically tasteless. I removed mine when I saw Mrs. Hartwell remove hers, but then I noticed Ms. Pemberton still wearing hers, and I completely panicked, wondering if I had made a terrible blunder." The entire dinner was a misery of uncertainty. That's what these rules achieved. They transformed fundamental human acts like eating and greeting others into absolute minefields of potential embarrassment. The absurdity extended to specific activities as well. There were different rules for gloves at the opera versus the theatre, different rules for outdoor garden parties versus indoor receptions, different rules for attending church versus simply going shopping. At church, you kept your gloves on for the service, but you had to remove them before taking communion. At the opera, you wore full-length gloves, but you were permitted to push them down to your elbows during the performance, but only during the performance itself, never during the intermission. When shopping, you wore gloves, but you might remove the one hand if you needed to handle change or money, although some etiquette guides suggested it was better to keep them on and ask the shopkeeper to handle the coins for you. And then we arrive at the dance gloves. Evening balls had their own complete subsection of glove regulations. Women wore long gloves that reached beyond the elbow. These were mandatory during all dancing, even though your hands would inevitably become sweaty and uncomfortable. But if refreshments were offered, you were obliged to take them off, eat, and then put them back on immediately for the next dance. Some evening gloves featured dozens of tiny buttons running all the way up the arm. Getting these on and off required help, meaning you either had to bring a personal maid with you to the ball or inconvenience a friend. The entire rigid system essentially demanded you be wealthy enough to afford assistance with your own clothing. This brings us to a crucial point. Glove etiquette was fundamentally rooted in classism. Women of lower income could not afford numerous pairs of gloves in various materials and shades for every possible occasion. Working women couldn't possibly keep their gloves spotless and pristine. Gloves became dirty quickly, and having them cleaned was expensive. Consequently, the glove rules functioned as an instant mechanism to identify and exclude anyone who wasn't from the appropriate social stratum. A woman with gloves that were visibly worn or the wrong colour, or unthinkable, wearing no gloves at all, was immediately branded as lower class and could be summarily dismissed or excluded. The glove manufacturing industry, of course, wholeheartedly supported this system. By the 1890s, glove production had grown into a massive global business. France, particularly the town of Grenoble, became renowned for its exquisitely made gloves. A wealthy woman might easily possess 50 or more pairs of gloves. This represented a serious financial investment. The industry had every incentive possible to maintain the rules as complicated and constantly shifting. Fashion periodicals, many of which were financially supported by advertising revenue from glove manufacturers, routinely published updated guidelines and recommendations, ensuring that last season's gloves were suddenly deemed inappropriate and new ones were absolutely required. There's a particularly cynical example from an 1893 fashion journal that boldly declared, "This season the refined lady will observe that gloves worn for afternoon teas must now extend precisely 2 inches above the wrist rather than last year's 3 inches. Those retaining last year's gloves must immediately update their wardrobe to avoid the appearance of being hopelessly behind the times." 2 inches versus 3 inches. As if any living person could genuinely discern the difference, or as if it held any practical importance whatsoever, but it certainly sold more gloves. The medical community also strangely got involved. Some physicians claimed that consistent glove wearing protected women's delicate skin from sun damage and premature aging. Other physicians controversially warned that wearing gloves too often would cause the hands to become weak and dependent on external support, similar to the theory that wearing corsets supposedly weakened the core muscles. Both positions were largely unsubstantiated nonsense, but they provided the entire glove obsession with a thin veil of scientific credibility. One specific element of glove culture that proves quite interesting is how it intersected with the world of romance and courtship. An entire non-verbal language of gloves developed that courting couples could use to communicate. If a woman deliberately let her glove fall in front of a gentleman, it was seen as an invitation for him to retrieve it and return it to her, thereby initiating a conversation. If she accepted a pair of gloves as a gift from a man to whom she was neither related nor engaged, it was considered highly improper and strongly suggested a level of intimacy. If she wore a man's favour, such as a ribbon or small flower discreetly tucked into her glove at a ball, it signalled her attachment to him. Young people actively found ways to use the glove rules to create small, fleeting moments of connection in a world that otherwise kept them strictly separated. The accidental brush of fingers when a glove was being returned, the slight intimacy of a man helping a woman pull on or gently remove her gloves. These gestures became intensely charged with romantic meaning precisely because so much other physical interaction was absolutely forbidden. But the rules also resulted in genuine physical discomfort and hardship. There are documented accounts of women developing severe skin conditions from wearing gloves constantly. The dyes used in coloured gloves sometimes contained toxic materials. Arsenical compounds were a common ingredient, which could lead to rashes, open sores, and even systemic poisoning. An 1888 medical journal documented several cases of glove poisoning, where women suffered severe reactions to the chemicals within their fashionable gloves. The proposed solution was simply better quality gloves, not, suggesting they wear gloves less often or questioning the necessity of constant glove wearing itself. The transition at the turn of the century began to alter things, as it did with so many deep-seated Victorian customs. The early 1900s ushered in a more utilitarian, less overly fussy approach to clothing. Women were becoming increasingly active, taking up tennis, golf, and riding bicycles, and constant glove wearing became thoroughly impractical. World War I dramatically sped up this change. Women who were working in factories, driving ambulances, farming, and performing other essential war work simply couldn't adhere to complicated glove etiquette. Practicality ultimately won out over rigid propriety. By the 1920s, the extremely strict glove rules had largely dissolved. Gloves were still worn for certain formal events, but the elaborate code dictating precisely when, where, how, and what type had been completely abandoned. Women could now shake hands bare-handed without causing a massive scandal. They could eat a meal without paralyzing glove anxiety. They were free to choose to wear gloves or not, based on the actual weather, their comfort level, and personal preference instead of social mandate. Today, the entire concept of formal glove etiquette seems quaint at best and utterly absurd at worst. We wear gloves when it's cold or when we require hand protection. That is the extent of it. No complex rules, no catastrophic social consequences. But here is the main takeaway I want you to consider. The glove rules were never truly about gloves, were they? They were about creating an elaborate system of social control, where women were forced to perpetually monitor their every single behaviour, where one small slip could have deeply serious repercussions, where navigating the simple mechanics of daily life demanded extensive knowledge of arbitrary regulations that served no useful practical purpose. The gloves were merely the instrument. The true objective was to keep women preoccupied with trivialities, to ensure they were constantly anxious about their social standing, to construct barriers between classes, and to ruthlessly enforce conformity through the terror of social exclusion. And while we thankfully no longer have 47 separate rules about hand coverings, just consider the myriad ways women's physical appearance is still policed. Dress codes that apply only to women. Professional environments where women are judged far more severely for their attire. The sheer mental energy women still expend worrying about whether their outfit is truly appropriate, professional enough, not too alluring, but simultaneously not too plain. The gloves themselves are gone, but the fundamental mechanism, using appearance-based rules to constrain and control women, is still very much with us, simply in new forms. So tonight, as we continue exploring this history together, maybe give your fingers a little wiggle, appreciate the sheer freedom to touch objects, shake hands, and eat food without a complex calculation about fabric and propriety, and get ready, because what comes next might make the glove rules seem positively liberating. We are now about to delve into the chaperone system, the Victorian custom that meant a woman was, literally, never allowed to be alone with a man, even her own fiancé, until the night of her wedding. The astonishing lengths women would go to secure even a few brief moments of privacy, and the entire industry that arose simply to monitor women's every action. Stay with me, because the Chaperone Chronicles are about to reveal just how far society was willing to go to rigidly control women's bodies and their life choices. What would you say if I told you that adult women, intelligent, educated adults, were forbidden from being in the same room alone with a man? Not merely a random man, but even their fiancé. Not for 5 minutes, not with the door deliberately left open, never, ever, until their wedding night arrived. This wasn't just individual paranoia. This was established policy. and a whole business of professional surveillance sprang up around ensuring absolutely that women were being watched every single moment of their lives. Welcome to the world of the chaperone system. Possibly the most oppressive, invasive, and psychologically damaging rule of etiquette we will encounter tonight. Let me transport you to New York City in the year 1895. Meet Eleanor Hartley, 21 years old, engaged to a man named Thomas, whom she has known for exactly 6 months through a carefully supervised courtship process. They have never been alone together, not once. Every single conversation, every walk in the park, every visit has been constantly monitored by Eleanor's aunt, her mother, or a specifically hired chaperone. Thomas proposed with Eleanor's father present in the room. Naturally, they are scheduled to marry in 3 months. But they remain unable to be alone together. They cannot have a private conversation about their future plans, their true feelings, their deepest hopes, or their fears. Every single word they speak is overheard by a third party. One afternoon, Thomas comes to visit at the Hartley residence. Eleanor's mother has momentarily stepped out, having just gone upstairs to fetch some embroidery she intended to show him. For approximately 90 seconds, Eleanor and Thomas are alone in the parlour. They do not kiss, they do not embrace. They simply move a little closer on the sofa than they usually would. And Thomas takes Eleanor's hand, just holding it for a single moment. They look at each other without a third party's eyes on them. The maid walks past the deliberately opened door, because the door was required to always remain open, and sees this fleeting moment. Within the hour, Eleanor's mother is informed. By that evening, Eleanor's father knows. A tense family conference is immediately held. Thomas is banned from entering the house for 2 weeks as a punishment. Eleanor is confined to her room for 3 days. The wedding date is postponed by an entire month. All of this to ensure proper reflection on the severity of failing to maintain absolute propriety. They simply held hands. 2 adults who planned to spend their lives together held hands for 90 seconds. And it caused a family crisis. That's the sheer level of extreme control in the chaperone system. The concept of supervising young women was not a novelty in the Victorian era. Wealthy families had always ensured some level of oversight for their unmarried daughters for centuries. But the 19th century fundamentally changed it from occasional oversight into an utterly all-encompassing system of relentless surveillance that controlled nearly every waking moment of a young woman's life outside of her own bedroom. The absolute fundamental rule was simple. A respectable, unmarried woman could not be in the presence of any man who was not a close family relative without a chaperone being present. The chaperone was generally an older woman, a mother, an aunt, an older sister who was already married, or a paid companion, whose express job was to sit there and make absolutely certain that nothing inappropriate occurred. But what qualified as inappropriate was defined so broadly that practically any unsupervised interaction was immediately considered suspicious. An etiquette manual published in 1884 titled Our Deportment definitively stated, "A young lady must never be alone with a gentleman, even her betrothed, lest her reputation be permanently compromised. The appearance of impropriety is as damaging as impropriety itself, and a wise woman guards not only her virtue, but the perception of her virtue with equal vigilance." Notice that specific phrasing, the appearance of impropriety is as damaging as the reality. This was never truly about actual conduct. This was about what other people might potentially imagine you were doing. Your actual innocence was irrelevant if someone could simply imagine you were not innocent. The chaperone requirements extended far beyond just mere social calls. If an unmarried woman needed to travel anywhere, to the shops, to visit a friend, to church, she needed to be accompanied. Going out in public completely alone was simply unheard of in respectable society. For affluent families, this meant employing chaperones as a permanent part of the household staff. These were typically older women, often widows or unmarried spinsters who needed employment, whose entire role was to accompany the young ladies wherever they went. Employment records from the 1870s indicate that upper-class households in cities like London and New York would spend between $50 and $200 per year, a significant sum for the time, on professional chaperone services. Some families employed multiple chaperones if they had several daughters. But here is where the story becomes truly fascinating. The chaperone industry developed a remarkable level of sophistication. In major metropolitan areas, specialized agencies existed specifically to supply chaperone services. You could hire a chaperone by the hour for an entire day, or on a long-term retainer. An 1892 advertisement in a New York newspaper proclaimed, "Madame Beaumont's chaperone service. Discreet, refined ladies available to accompany young women of quality to all social engagements. References cheerfully available. Rates negotiable based on the delicacy of the situation." That final clause, the delicacy of the situation, is highly revealing. It implies that some chaperone needs were more complex or risky than others, demanding special discretion or perhaps a willingness to gently overlook minor indiscretions. Because here's the ultimate truth. The chaperone system was relentlessly rigid in its stated theory, but it was forced to be somewhat flexible in practical application, and that flexibility created opportunities for both abuse and quiet resistance. Some chaperones approached their duties with an almost military seriousness. There are documented accounts of chaperones who would position themselves precisely equidistant between a courting couple, who would routinely interrupt any conversation that seemed to veer toward intimacy, and who would even insist on reading any letters exchanged between an engaged couple before allowing them to be delivered. One particularly zealous chaperone, a woman named Mrs. Theodora Pennington, who worked for several wealthy Boston families in the 1880s, maintained detailed daily logs of her charge's activities. Her surviving journals, now held in a historical collection, make for incredibly revealing reading. She meticulously recorded things like, "Miss J and Mr. R conversed for 47 minutes in the garden. I maintained a position 6 feet distant. Conversation topics, the weather, upcoming concert, current novels. Mr. R appeared to lean slightly closer at 3:22 p.m. I coughed loudly. Appropriate distance immediately resumed. 47 minutes, 6 feet. The level of minute documentation is almost comical, except that these were actual people whose privacy was being systematically violated in the name of propriety. But other chaperones were more empathetic to young love and could be, let's just say, creatively lenient with the stated rules. Some would conveniently doze off during courting visits. Others would develop sudden urgent needs to step out of the room for extended, timely periods. Some could be gently bribed with small gifts or consistently kind treatment to allow young couples slightly more privacy than was strictly permitted. There is a wonderful exchange of letters between two sisters from 1878, where one advises the other, "Mrs. Williamson is far preferable to Aunt Catherine as a chaperone. Mrs. W. is deeply fond of novels, and becomes quite absorbed in her reading during visitors' calls. One can actually have a genuine conversation with Mr. Hartwell if Mrs. W. is present, whereas Aunt Catherine watches like a hawk and interrupts constantly." So, even within this oppressive system, women were actively finding and sharing vital intelligence about which chaperones were more bearable than others. The psychological consequence of this constant, relentless surveillance cannot be overstated. Imagine never experiencing a truly private conversation with the person you are about to marry. Imagine every moment of your courtship being a carefully curated performance for an audience. How is it possible to forge genuine intimacy under those profoundly difficult conditions? Many couples simply did not. They entered into marriage as virtual strangers, knowing only the carefully constructed public versions of each other. The wedding night was not merely the first instance of physical intimacy. It was often the very first time they had ever truly been alone together. Consider how terrifying that must have been. For months or even years, you've been repeatedly told that being alone with this person is inherently dangerous and deeply improper. Then abruptly, on your wedding night, you are expected to be instantly comfortable with profound intimacy. The psychological whiplash must have been intense and confusing. There are heartbreaking entries in women's diaries from this time describing overwhelming wedding night terror and confusion. One entry from 1881, written by a new bride, states, "We were finally alone, and I suddenly realised I did not know my husband at all. Every word we'd exchanged was performed for others. I did not know his true feelings, his private self. And yet here I was, expected to share the most intimate moment of my life with this stranger." The chaperone system did not just prevent physical intimacy. It actively prevented emotional intimacy, authentic connection, and the gradual necessary building of trust that healthy relationships absolutely require. But the surveillance extended beyond just the courtship phase. Even married women faced chaperoning expectations in specific circumstances. A married woman was permitted to be alone with her own husband, naturally. But if she needed to travel without him or socialize without him, she was still expected to have female companionship to maintain propriety. Widows and older spinsters were generally considered acceptable self-chaperones after a certain age, usually around 35 or 40. But younger, unmarried women never achieved that level of independence. The rules were also heavily dependent on class structure. Working-class women could not possibly afford chaperones and were forced to navigate a different set of societal expectations. They would travel to their workplace unchaperoned out of sheer necessity. But this was immediately interpreted as concrete evidence of their lower status. Middle-class families who aspired to respectability would scrimp and save to afford even minimal chaperoning, because failing to have a chaperone clearly marked you as poor. This created incredibly cruel situations where families would sink into debt simply to maintain the illusion of having proper supervision for their daughters, viewing it as absolutely essential for their daughters' future marriage prospects. There is a budget ledger from an Ohio family in 1893 that shows them spending nearly a quarter of their total annual income on hiring an elderly neighbour as a chaperone for their two daughters. They reduced spending on food, on heating, on necessary household maintenance, but the chaperone was deemed non-negotiable. The international differences are also quite interesting. The chaperone system was at its most rigorous in Britain and America, somewhat more relaxed in France, and virtually non-existent in Scandinavian nations. American women travelling to France were often genuinely shocked and secretly thrilled to discover they could walk unescorted on Parisian streets without immediately causing a scandal. Some progressive American women began spending extended periods in Europe specifically to escape the suffocating, constant supervision back home. They would claim to be studying art or music or languages, but in reality they were simply savouring the profound freedom of moving through the world without perpetual surveillance. This gave rise to a fascinating phenomenon. Wealthy American women who had experienced European freedom would return home and begin quietly resisting the established chaperoning norms. They would invent excuses for why their chaperone couldn't accompany them, or they would subtly bend the rules in small but meaningful ways. The mounting resistance against chaperoning coincided with the broader women's rights movement. Women who were advocating for property rights, the right to vote, and access to education also began to publicly question why they had to be treated essentially like children who could not be trusted alone. Elizabeth Cady Stanton, the renowned suffragist, wrote in an 1870 essay, "We demand the right to vote, to own property, to receive education, and yet society insists we cannot sit in a room alone with a man for 5 minutes without supervision. Either we are rational adults capable of self-governance, or we are perpetual children. Society cannot possibly have it both ways. The bicycle, yes. Once more, the wonderfully liberating bicycle played a role in dismantling chaperoning norms. Women who took up cycling could travel alone faster and farther than a chaperone could easily keep up with. Some women began taking unchaperoned bicycle excursions and classifying it as exercise rather than a social activity. Parks and public recreation areas became interesting battlegrounds. Some cities established designated ladies' cycling hours where women could ride without any male presence, thereby eliminating the need for chaperones. But this only served to highlight the core absurdity. If women could safely cycle alone in a public park during certain hours, why did they need supervision at all other times? World War I delivered the final decisive blow to strict chaperoning, as it did to numerous Victorian conventions. With millions of men deployed at war, women accepted jobs that required unescorted travel and interaction with male colleagues. Female ambulance drivers, munitions factory workers, nurses. They simply could not function with chaperones constantly hovering over them. The war made it impossible to sustain the myth that women required perpetual supervision for their own protection. Women were clearly demonstrating they were fully capable of navigating the world independently. By the 1920s, the strict chaperone system had fundamentally collapsed. Young women began going on unchaperoned dates, a truly shocking development. They travelled alone, they had private, unsupervised conversations with men, and society did not, in fact, implode. But the long legacy of the chaperone system subtly persisted. The pervasive idea that women in public spaces are inherently vulnerable and require male protection. The subtle notion that a woman who is alone is somehow incomplete or suspicious. The underlying assumption that women and men cannot possibly have purely platonic interactions without romantic or sexual undertones. These ingrained ideas still surface in modern conversations about women's safety, workplace dynamics, and social interactions. We have moved beyond the literal presence of chaperones, but the core underlying beliefs about women's autonomy and trustworthiness are still actively being negotiated. Here is the final thought to consider. The chaperone system was never truly about safeguarding women's virtue. If that were the case, men would have been chaperoned too, wouldn't they? Why were men trusted to be alone with women, but women could not be trusted to be alone with men? The entire system was fundamentally about control. It was about severely limiting women's mobility, preventing independent relationships from forming, and ensuring that all of women's social connections were monitored and approved by the family and by the society at large. It was designed to ensure women could not establish alliances, share information freely, or develop autonomy outside of strictly approved channels. The chaperone was essentially a human leash, and the message it conveyed was, you cannot be trusted to govern yourself. So tonight, as we sit here in the quiet, contemplate the simple, immense freedom of privacy, the ability to have a truly unmonitored conversation, to go for a solitary walk, to choose your own company without feeling the need to justify it to someone else. These are not trivial freedoms. They are absolutely fundamental to human dignity and autonomy, and they were systematically denied to women for generations. Now, if you thought constant surveillance was incredibly invasive, wait until you hear the details of the calling card system, a social ritual so unbelievably complex and time-consuming that women could easily spend entire afternoons just delivering and receiving tiny pieces of printed cardstock. The rules surrounding them were so intricate that one single incorrect fold or one missed social visit could instantly end a friendship or completely ruin a woman's entire social season. This was not mere etiquette. It was a full-time, unpaid job with potentially devastating consequences for any mistakes. Let's explore the elaborate performance known as the calling card catastrophe, because it's hard to grasp just how much of a woman's life was taken up by this ritual. You know, exhausting, and then there's spending 3 hours every Tuesday and Thursday afternoon, driving all over town, in a carriage, stopping at house after house. They were leaving behind tiny pieces of cardstock with their names printed on them, engaging in exactly 15 minutes of stilted conversation at each stop. and then carefully noting who was home, who wasn't, and whether or not the corners of their own cards were folded. This wasn't some pastime. This was mandatory social maintenance for any woman who hoped to remain a part of respectable society, and getting it wrong, folding the wrong corner, staying for a minute too long, visiting on an off day, that could result in social exclusion. Allow me to introduce you to the calling card catastrophe through the lens of a woman named Beatrice Morton in Philadelphia, 1887. Beatrice had recently married and moved into her husband's social circle, which was notably higher status than her own family's. She was committed to making a strong impression and establishing herself correctly. The calling card ritual seemed simple enough when her mother-in-law outlined it. Have cards printed, visit other ladies on their designated at-home days, leave cards, receive cards. Straightforward, right? But it was anything but simple. Beatrice's first major error occurred during her second week of calling. She visited Mrs. Elizabeth Whitmore, a prominent society matron, on a Thursday afternoon. Mrs. Whitmore was not receiving visitors that day. Her at-home day was actually Friday. Beatrice didn't know this because she hadn't yet acquired the full list of everyone's specific days. So she left her card with the servant, assuming it was the polite thing to do. But she folded the top right corner of the card, which in calling card code signalled that she had come in person. Since she'd been told Mrs. Whitmore was unavailable, she should have left the card flat or folded the bottom left corner, which indicated that she had sent her card via a servant. Mrs. Whitmore, seeing the card incorrectly folded and noting Beatrice's visit on the wrong day, viewed it as either ignorance or outright rudeness. She failed to return the call. In calling card etiquette, if a call isn't returned within 1 week, you've essentially declared that the acquaintance is terminated. It's a social dismissal, delivered silently through the absence of a small piece of paper. Beatrice, having no clue what she'd done wrong, made another error. She called on Mrs. Whitmore again the following week, trying to be friendly. This was considered pushy and inappropriate. Once your call is ignored, you don't attempt again unless the other person initiates. Word quickly travelled through Philadelphia society that the new Mrs. Morton was socially clumsy and lacked understanding of proper calling etiquette. Several other women suddenly became not at home when she called. Her mother-in-law was completely mortified. Beatrice spent the next 6 months trying desperately to salvage her reputation, studying calling card regulations with fierce intensity, all thanks to folded corners and improper timing. The calling card system reached its peak of baffling complexity in the latter half of the 19th century, especially across Britain and America. What began as a practical way to let someone know you had stopped by eventually became an impossibly intricate social code, with rules so detailed that entire books were published solely on card etiquette. Let's examine exactly how this system functioned, because understanding the specifics emphasises how time-consuming and mentally draining this was. First, you had to have cards, not just one kind, but several sets. Married women had cards bearing their husband's full name, like Mrs. John Robert Ashworth. They also possessed cards with only their own formal name. Some situations required joint cards listing both the husband's and wife's names. If you had unmarried adult daughters residing at home, you needed cards that listed them, for instance, Mrs. Ashworth and the Mrs. Ashworth. The cards themselves had to be precisely the correct size and quality. An etiquette guide from 1882 specified that cards for married ladies should measure 3.5 inches by 2.5 inches and be slightly smaller for unmarried ladies. The paper had to be a fine quality, Bristol board, in an ivory or cream hue. The text should be printed in black using an elegant script. Any deviation from these standards marked one as either unrefined or overly pretentious. The printing alone was a considerable expense. Quality engraved cards were costly, and you went through them rapidly. If you actively maintained a social life, women routinely ordered cards by the hundreds. Household account books from the era show recurring expenditures for card printing, sometimes constituting a significant fraction of a household's non-essential budget. Now, once you had your cards, you had to master when and how to deploy them. Every woman of social standing had specific designated at-home days, particular afternoons each week when she would receive visitors. These were not casual gatherings. They were scheduled periods when you sat formally dressed in your parlour, awaiting other women to call. You had to make your at-home day public somehow, through word of mouth, by announcements in society columns, or by having the information printed on your card. If you were new to an area, you were required to call on established residents first, essentially applying for acceptance into the social circle. The actual visiting adhered to rigid protocols. You arrived during the designated afternoon hours, typically between 2 p.m. and 5 p.m. If the lady was at home, meaning she was receiving that day, you were ushered into the parlour. If she was not at home, which could mean she was genuinely out, or perhaps she just didn't want to receive visitors that day, or more specifically, she didn't want to receive you, you simply left your cards with the servant. This is where the corner-folding language came in. And trust me, it gets convoluted. An unfolded card left with a servant meant you had sent it via courier and had not come in person. A card with the top right corner folded meant you had arrived in person, but the lady was not receiving. A card with the top left corner folded signified congratulations. The bottom right corner folded conveyed condolences. The bottom left corner meant you were departing town or saying farewell. But wait, there's even more. The sheer number of cards you left also mattered. If you were calling on a household containing multiple adult women, you had to leave the correct count of cards. If Mrs. Smith had 2 adult daughters, you left 3 of your cards, 1 for Mrs. Smith and 2 more to acknowledge the daughters, though they might share 1 card depending on local customs, which varied by city and even neighbourhood. If you were married, you were also required to leave 1 of your husband's cards, even though he was not present and wasn't expected to be. This acknowledged Mr. Smith, the male head of household, from your male head of household, so now you might be leaving 4 or 5 cards for a single household visit. Are you keeping track? Because women were required to keep track constantly. The timing for returning calls was equally precise. If someone called on you, you were expected to return the call within 1 week. Not instantly. That appeared desperate. Not after a week. That was impolite. Exactly within the 7-day window. When you did return the call, you stayed for a meticulously calibrated duration. 15 minutes was the norm. 10 minutes was acceptable if you were very pressed for time. 20 minutes was the absolute maximum unless you were explicitly invited to stay for tea, which was another ritual entirely with its own rules. Staying too long was pushy. Leaving too quickly was insulting. During these 15-minute visits, conversation followed strict guidelines. You discussed light, agreeable topics. The weather, forthcoming social engagements, mutual acquaintances, but no scandalous gossip, no art, music, or literature. You absolutely were not to discuss politics, religion, money, health issues, or anything controversial. An etiquette book from 1876 advises, "The art of calling lies in being agreeable without being interesting, pleasant without being intimate, and leaving the hostess neither exhausted by your presence nor offended by your absence." Think about that wording. You were supposed to be so bland, so completely neutral, that you left no impression at all, except one of general pleasantness. 15 minutes of performative mediocrity, repeated several times a week. For women with active social calendars, calling consumed immense blocks of time. Afternoon after afternoon was spent dressing in formal visiting attire, travelling from door to door, making insipid small talk, leaving cards, receiving calls, and returning calls. There is a diary entry from a New York socialite named Mamie Fish from 1891, where she calculated that she spent roughly 18 hours per week on calling-related activities during the social season. That is practically a part-time job, entirely unpaid, generating nothing of tangible value except the maintenance of social connections. And it was work performed exclusively by women. Men had their own visiting customs, but they were significantly less rigid and less time-consuming. Men called on each other at their clubs or offices on their own time. They were never expected to sit at home on predetermined days awaiting visitors. This gender disparity is critical to fully grasping the calling card system. While men were out conducting business, pursuing their careers, or engaging in politics, women were caught in this relentless cycle of pointless social maintenance. The system also ruthlessly reinforced class divisions. Working women could not participate. They were at work during calling hours. Even middle-class women who managed households without a large staff struggled to carve out time for the calling ritual. The very ability to spend entire afternoons doing nothing productive but exchanging cards was a status marker in itself. Some women tried to cheat the system by leaving cards without actually stopping by in person. They'd send servants to drop off cards at multiple houses, saving time, but this was deemed cheating and was severely judged. One Society column from 1889 cattily remarked, "We observe certain ladies attempting to fulfill social obligations through servant-delivered cards alone, never bothering to make personal visits. Such shortcuts reveal the poverty of their social commitment." The calling card industry naturally adored this system. Card manufacturers, engravers, and specialized stationers all profited. Fashion magazines published advertisements for the newest card styles, suggesting that last season's cards were now hopelessly out of date. There were even specialized accessories for managing your cards. Card cases, elaborate little boxes or wallets crafted from silver, leather, or precious materials, were fashionable items in their own right. Receiving trays for the front hall, where visitors would deposit their cards. Special albums for organising the cards you received, which you were expected to keep as a complete record of your social obligations. It is consumerism disguised as etiquette, creating artificial needs and selling products to fulfill them. The psychological burden of this system deserves serious consideration. The constant anxiety about adhering to the rules precisely, the fear of social exclusion for tiny errors, the exhausting performativity of the whole endeavour. There's a fascinating letter from 1883 written by a woman named Julia Newbury to her sister. Julia had relocated from Chicago to Boston after her marriage and was finding Boston's particularly strict social customs difficult. She wrote, "I am so tired of calling, tired of pretending to care about Mrs. So-and-so's rose garden or Miss Such-and-Such's piano recital, tired of watching the clock to ensure I depart at exactly the correct moment. I feel like I am playing a role in a profoundly boring play that runs every Tuesday and Thursday, with no intermission and no final curtain. Sometimes I fantasize about simply stopping, not calling, not receiving, not playing the game at all. But then I consider the consequences, the isolation, and I know I will pick up my cards again tomorrow." That last line, "I know I will pick up my cards again tomorrow," is pure resignation. That's a person who knows she is trapped in a ridiculous system but sees no other option. Some women did rebel, however. There are records of women who simply refused to participate in the calling rituals. They were dismissed as eccentric, unconventional, or unfeminine, but they successfully reclaimed their time. The writer Louisa May Alcott was famously scornful of calling card etiquette. She reportedly told a friend in the 1870s, "I have better uses for my afternoons than sitting in stuffy parlours discussing nothing with people I scarcely know. If someone wishes to see me, they can write me a letter with actual content, and if our correspondence is interesting, perhaps we'll become real friends." The suffragist movement explicitly criticised the calling card system as a profound waste of women's potential. Elizabeth Cady Stanton wrote in 1881, "We ask why women have achieved less than men in arts and sciences, yet we chain them to rituals of social triviality that consume the very hours they might use for study or creative work." The early 20th century began to dismantle the calling card system through several developments. The telephone became more widespread, allowing people to communicate without physical visits. Automobiles made travel easier, but also made people's schedules less predictable, making rigid at-home days impractical. World War I, as often happens, accelerated the shift, with women entering the workforce outside the home in massive numbers. Sitting home on designated afternoons became impossible. The calling card ritual, which depended on leisure and predictable schedules, could not survive in a more dynamic world. By the 1920s, the elaborate calling card system had mostly disappeared. Some older women maintained the custom, but the younger generations entirely abandoned it. The cards themselves transitioned into simple business cards or informal personal cards, stripped of the complex folding and timing rituals. Today, the notion of dedicating 18 hours a week to leaving cardstock at strangers' houses seems genuinely bizarre. But before we feel too superior, consider our modern equivalents. How much time do we spend curating a social media presence, posting, liking, and commenting on others' content, not because we genuinely care, but because we feel a social obligation? The platform and technology are different, but the performative social maintenance, the anxiety about getting the rules right, the fear of exclusion for not participating, those dynamics are chillingly similar. The calling card was never truly about communication. If it were, letters would have sufficed. It was about proving that you had time to spare, that you understood the rules, and that you were willing to conform. It was a class marker and a mechanism of control disguised as simple politeness. And the women who spent their afternoons engaged in this ritual were not foolish or vain. They were skillfully navigating the only social system available to them, striving to maintain the connections and status that offered them and their families protection in a world that provided them with few other sources of power. So tonight, as we continue to explore these strange historical rules, remember, the calling card catastrophe wasn't about cards. It was about consuming women's time, energy, and potential with endless, meaningless, busy work, then labelling that work as feminine virtue. But we are not finished with the ways women's behaviour was policed and restricted. Next, we are going to explore a topic that might seem less serious, but it reveals even deeper anxieties about women's bodies and their emotions. Because, apparently, women were not allowed to smile too much or laugh too loudly. Expressing joy, showing your teeth, or, heaven forbid, actually guffawing at something funny, these could mark you as coarse, unladylike, and unsuitable for marriage. The laughter lockdown is about to show us just how far society would go to suppress women's natural expressions of happiness and emotion. And trust me, the underlying reasons are darker than you might imagine. Quick question, when was the last time you laughed out loud at something truly funny? That full-bodied, can't help yourself, throw your head back kind of laugh. Now imagine being told that doing that made you vulgar, unmarriageable, and possibly even morally compromised. For centuries, women were taught to suppress one of the most natural human expressions, joy. A genuine smile was suspect. A real laugh was scandalous. And showing your teeth while doing either of those things was practically obscene. This is the story of how society decided that women's happiness needed to be carefully controlled, strictly measured, and, most importantly, muted. Let me take you to a finishing school in London, 1858. Young women, mostly between the ages of 14 and 18, are seated in a classroom, learning what society called graceful deportment. The instructor, Miss Adelaide Thornton, is teaching the approved way to show amusement. A lady, Miss Thornton intones, does not laugh. She may smile, but only very gently, with her lips sealed. The corners of the mouth may lift ever so slightly, but the teeth must never, ever be visible. A lady may emit a soft, musical sound of amusement, something between a sigh and a gentle exhalation, but nothing that approaches actual laughter. She demonstrates. It's this weird, suppressed sound, like someone trying desperately not to sneeze. The students practice. One girl, perhaps 16 years old, can't quite manage it. She hears something amusing and lets out a genuine giggle. Miss Thornton's face freezes. "Miss Pemberton," she says icily. That unseemly outburst would mark you as coarse and common in any respectable drawing room. A gentleman of quality would never consider such a woman as a wife. Again. Properly this time. The girl tries once more, this time successfully stifling her natural response to the humour. She is learning to kill her own joy. This was not the quirk of one eccentric teacher. This was standard curriculum in finishing schools across both Europe and America. Young girls were systematically trained to suppress authentic emotional expression, particularly expressions of happiness and amusement. The reasoning behind the laughter prohibition reveals some deeply troubling assumptions about femininity, sexuality, and women's designated place in society. First, there was the notion that uncontrolled laughter was unladylike because it implied a deficiency of self-discipline. An etiquette manual from 1848 states, "A lady is distinguished by her composure and restraint. Boisterous laughter indicates a want of proper breeding and self-governance. Just as a lady meticulously controls her physical movements, she must control her emotional displays." Notice the word control appearing again and again. Women's bodies, women's movements, women's emotions, all needed to be controlled, ideally by the women themselves, through an internalized discipline. But it gets much worse. There was also a strong sexual undercurrent to the laughter prohibition that was rarely stated directly, but was absolutely present in the subtext. An 1865 conduct book titled The Young Lady's Companion contains this revealing passage. "Excessive mirth in a young woman, particularly when accompanied by physical expressions such as a thrown-back head, an open mouth, or convulsive movements, suggests an unbecoming sensuality. The passions, once aroused, whether through laughter or other stimulation, can lead a woman toward impropriety." Let me translate that Victorian-era language. They were literally implying that laughing too hard was sexually arousing and might cause women to lose their virtue, as if there were a slippery slope from genuine amusement to sexual deviance. The obsession with visible teeth is particularly strange, but also deeply revealing. Visible teeth, while smiling or laughing, was considered vulgar for several reasons. One, it was associated with working-class women and lower-status people who supposedly lacked the refinement to control their expressions. Two, an open mouth was seen as suggestive and inappropriate. There was this weird Victorian anxiety about women's mouths being open for any reason. And three, showing teeth was thought to make women appear aggressive or masculine. There's an etiquette guide from 1871 that actually says, "A lady's smile should be as soft and closed as a rosebud. The display of teeth creates an impression of animal vitality rather than feminine delicacy." Animal vitality. They literally compared women's natural expressions of joy to animal behaviour that needed to be civilized out of them. The training to suppress laughter began early. Young mothers would correct their daughters for laughing too loudly. Governesses would punish displays of excessive mirth. Finishing schools, as we saw, dedicated entire lessons to proper emotional restraint. One particularly cruel training method involved having young girls practice the demure expression for extended periods. They would sit with mirrors, carefully adjusting their faces to show neither too much emotion nor too little, aiming for a pleasant but neutral expression that could be maintained indefinitely without revealing authentic feeling. There is a diary entry from 1879 by a young woman named Catherine Winslow describing her experience at finishing school. "We spent 2 hours today practicing our expressions. Miss Porter walked around the room critiquing each girl's face. Emma was told her smile was too broad. Jane was told she looked sullen. I was told I showed too much teeth. We practiced until our faces ached from holding unnatural positions. I wondered if I would ever again be able to simply feel joy without calculating how to display it properly." That last sentence is heartbreaking. The self-consciousness about authentic emotion, the constant calculation and performance, that is psychological damage. The impact on women's social interactions was profound. Imagine being at a genuinely funny play or listening to an amusing story and having to suppress your natural response. Imagine feeling genuine happiness and having to perform restraint instead of expressing it freely. Men faced no such restrictions, of course. Men could laugh heartily, throw their heads back, slap their knees and roar with amusement. This was interpreted as evidence of their vitality and good humour. Women doing the exact same thing were judged as improper. This created strange social dynamics where mixed gender gatherings would feature men laughing naturally, while women produced these odd suppressed titters and carefully controlled smiles. It must have looked and sounded bizarre. Half the room expressing genuine human emotion and the other half performing careful restraint. There are accounts from the period of women who forgot themselves and laughed naturally, then were completely mortified afterward. One letter from 1866 describes a young woman at a dinner party who, in response to a particularly funny anecdote, let out a real laugh. It was loud, unrestrained, and joyful. She immediately clapped her hand over her mouth, horrified. The room went silent. Later, her hostess gently took her aside and suggested that such displays were unsuitable for refined company. The woman was so humiliated that she wept. She had committed the crime of experiencing and expressing genuine joy. The medical establishment predictably supported these social rules with pseudo-scientific claims. Some Victorian doctors actually argued that excessive laughter was physically harmful to women's delicate constitutions. Dr. George Beard, a prominent American physician, wrote in 1881 that the female nervous system is more susceptible to overstimulation through emotional excess. Prolonged or intense laughter can lead to nervous exhaustion, hysteria, and even damage to the reproductive organs. There it is again, the claim that women's reproductive health could be damaged by normal human behaviour. It's the same flawed logic that was used to justify corsets, to keep women from higher education, and to restrict physical activity, any excuse to control women's bodies and behaviour. The laughter prohibition also intersected with racial and class hierarchies in telling ways. Lower-class women and women of colour were stereotyped as laughing more freely and loudly, and this was used as proof of their supposed inferiority and lack of refinement. White upper-class women's restrained emotions were held up as the civilized ideal, while other women's natural expressiveness was derided as primitive or vulgar. It's a perfect example of how arbitrary social rules were employed to reinforce broader systems of oppression. The prohibition extended beyond just laughter to other emotional expressions too. Women were expected to maintain composure in almost all situations. Showing distress in public carried deep shame. Displaying fury was strictly forbidden. A woman who exhibited a temper was promptly dismissed as erratic or hysterical. Even showing a lot of excitement was seen as questionable. The permissible emotional spectrum for women was incredibly limited. Think serene calm, agreeable compliance, gentle empathy. Anything more powerful than that modest array was interpreted as proof of poor upbringing or a flawed character. Consider the psychological effect of this constraint on an individual. What happens if you spend your entire existence stifling genuine emotional responses? If you are perpetually monitoring and regulating your natural expressions, it creates a split between your internal reality and your external conduct. Contemporary mental health experts might categorize this as a type of emotional disengagement and invalidation. You learn that your authentic sentiments are wrong or unsuitable, so you train yourself to distrust them, to suppress them, to put on a different performance instead. There is a powerful passage from the journal of Alice James, the sister of the novelist Henry James. Alice suffered from what the Victorians termed a nervous ailment throughout her life. Modern academics speculate she may have dealt with depression and severe anxiety, but her writings imply that at least some of her anguish resulted from the continuous suppression of real feeling demanded by her era's ideal of womanhood. She wrote in 1890, "I have devoted my life to striving to feel less, to desire less, to articulate less, to require less. and now I discover I have become less, diminished from a complete human being, more of an ornamental machine that executes the expected movements without any genuine inner life. Sometimes I have this overwhelming urge to yell, to rage, to laugh until I lose my breath. But I have forgotten how. This was not just a single person's personal misery, it represents the psychological toll exacted by a cultural system that required women to stifle their basic humanity in the name of respectability. Not every woman submitted, though. Throughout the Victorian era, some women simply refused to hold back their laughter, who expressed joy openly and accepted the social fallout. The actress Sarah Bernhardt was famous for her loud, unrestrained laughter, both in private and on the stage. Critics constantly attacked her for it, calling her vulgar and uncultivated. She simply did not care. She once remarked in an interview, "I laugh when I find something funny." This seems to shock people who believe women should only make dainty little noises like domesticated parakeets. The effort required to live that way must have been exhausting. Women's rights advocates also directly linked this emotional restraint to female subjugation. Frances Power Cobb, a British feminist writer, published an essay in 1869 called The Final Cause of Woman that included this observation. We teach girls from the time they are small to suppress their natural vitality, to offer a quiet smile when they truly want to laugh out loud, to remain composed when they feel intense passion. And then we wonder why women appear less vital, less imaginative, less dynamic than men. We have effectively trained the very life out of them. The beginning of the 20th century started to see changing views on how women expressed emotion. The Gibson girl ideal celebrated a more energetic, spirited kind of woman. Women who participated in sports, who got involved in outdoor activities, who led more unrestricted existences, naturally expressed themselves with greater freedom. The flapper movement of the 1920s openly rejected the emotional restrictions of the Victorian period. Flappers laughed loudly, danced wildly, expressed their feelings without any apology. Older generations criticised them as inappropriate and unfeminine, but younger women embraced this new emotional liberty. Hollywood and popular entertainment also played a fascinating part. Actresses in early films had to visibly convey emotion for the camera. Silent movies especially demanded highly visible emotional displays. This helped normalise women showing true feeling, including open joy and laughter. By the middle of the century, the absolute prohibition against women's laughter had mostly disappeared. Women could laugh freely without being automatically labelled as crude. Yet the underlying message that a woman's emotional displays must be carefully managed and toned down that persisted. Even now, we can still see echoes of this laughter censorship. Women are often cautioned not to be too dominant or too much. Female politicians and public figures are criticised for laughing at seemingly wrong times or for having supposedly irritating laughs. Women's outward expressions of happiness are still sometimes controlled in ways that men's are not. And the cultural pressure remains that women must be pleasant and agreeable, that showing powerful feelings, whether joy, rage, or sadness, is somehow less acceptable for women than it is for men. The Victorian ban on laughter seems extreme to us today, and it was. But it's worth considering. In what contemporary ways are women still expected to alter and manage their emotional expression? In what modern ways are authentic feelings still being suppressed in favour of socially sanctioned behaviour? Because the core issue was never about laughter, it was fundamentally about denying women their full humanity. It was about treating women's natural human responses as faults to be corrected, rather than legitimate human experiences to be honoured. Tonight, as we enjoy this quiet time together, I hope you feel completely free to smile, to laugh, to express whatever you are truly feeling without apprehension or self-consciousness. That particular freedom is something women fought hard for, the fundamental right to feel joy and to demonstrate it. But speaking of things that strike us as utterly absurd now, we are about to look into a Victorian anxiety so extreme, so totally disconnected from reality that it almost seems like a joke, except that it was entirely real. We are talking about the piano leg scandal, the documented practice of covering up the legs of furniture because the sight of them might supposedly incite unchaste thoughts. Yes, you heard that correctly. Furniture legs were deemed too suggestive to be left visible. The strange reasoning behind this will reveal everything we need to understand about Victorian sexual anxiety and the absurd lengths society would go to in order to maintain a fictional purity. Believe me, what comes next is truly remarkable. I need you to just absorb this detail for a minute because it sounds completely made up, but I promise you it is not. There was a period in history when people, serious, educated people, believed that the sight of a piano leg could incite lustful thoughts. Not a woman's actual leg, but a piece of furniture. Specifically the curved wooden supports that held up a musical instrument. And their proposed solution: cover them up, drape them in heavy fabric, hide them from public view. Because apparently Victorian society had become so focused on strict propriety that even inanimate objects were expected to be modest. This is known as the piano leg panic, and it says something profound about how completely unhinged Victorian obsession with sexuality had truly become. Let me set the scene for you. It's 1840 in Hartford, Connecticut. A respectable middle-class family, the Whitneys, has just bought a lovely new piano, a significant investment and a public symbol of their cultural refinement. Mrs. Whitney is delighted. Her daughters will learn to play, showcasing their social skills to potential suitors. But there is a significant issue. The piano, like most from that time, rests on 4 elegantly shaped legs. Cabriole legs, they are called. Gracefully curved supports that were a common furniture design. Mrs. Whitney's visiting sister-in-law takes one look at the piano and gasps audibly, "Surely you aren't planning to leave it like that? Uncovered?" Mrs. Whitney is confused. "Pardon me?" "The legs," her sister-in-law whispers, as if the furniture might somehow hear and take offence. "They are completely exposed. It is indecent." Within a week, Mrs. Whitney had ordered special cloth coverings, small fitted skirts that hung down over each piano leg, concealing the curved wood from sight. The piano was now suitably modest. I know what your immediate thought is. This must be an exaggeration, right? Some kind of cultural myth about Victorian absurdity. But it isn't. The practice is thoroughly documented in family records, furniture advertisements and contemporary articles. People genuinely did cover their furniture legs, and the stated reasons were explicitly tied to sexual respectability. Now, this is where the history gets complex, because historians debate exactly how widespread this practice was and what it fundamentally symbolised. Some academics contend that piano leg covering was relatively rare and has been overemphasised in cultural memory as a single instance of Victorian absurdity. Others cite significant evidence that it was common enough to be widely noted. What is not subject to debate is that the nervousness surrounding furniture legs was authentic and was linked to broader Victorian obsessions with covering up anything that might suggest human anatomy. Let's explore the origins of this peculiar custom and what it tells us about Victorian attitudes towards sexuality and gender roles. First, understand the historical context. The Victorian middle and upper classes were undergoing what historians refer to as the Great Repression, a dramatic increase in sexual prudery that went far beyond previous eras. This was not only about controlling actual sexual actions, it was about controlling anything that might potentially lead to sexual thoughts. And the Victorian imagination could apparently be stimulated by almost anything. The word leg itself became inappropriate in polite society. You were expected to avoid saying leg when referring to furniture or even to chicken at the dinner table. The accepted substitute was limb, as in, please pass the chicken limb, or the table limb is unsteady. An etiquette guide from 1853 titled The Canons of Good Breeding explicitly advises, "A lady does not employ the word leg in mixed company." This indelicate term should be replaced with limb when referencing furniture or animals. Direct mentions of the lower extremities are crude and imply a vulgarity of mind. So, we have already established that even the word for a body part was too scandalous to say out loud, even when discussing furniture. That gives you an idea of the intensity of anxiety we are dealing with. The piano leg situation specifically arose because pianos were prominently displayed in parlours, the most public room in middle-class residences. The parlour was where guests were received, where romantic courtships took place under supervision, where families showcased their respectability. And pianos, especially the large grand pianos owned by affluent families, had very visible legs, often beautifully carved, sometimes quite curvaceous in their shape. In a culture that was obsessed with covering women's actual legs to the point of potentially damaging clothing styles, having furniture with exposed curved legs apparently created a kind of psychological tension. There is a bizarre logic to it if you look closely. If the mere sight of a woman's ankle is sexually provocative, if any curved line suggesting the female figure is considered dangerous, then perhaps curved furniture legs could also be seen as problematic. It is irrational, but it logically follows from the basic assumption that curves equate to sexuality and danger. The textile industry absolutely profited from this intense anxiety. By the 1850s and 1860s, furniture modesty evolved into a niche industry. You could buy mass-produced furniture leg coverings in various fabrics and decorative styles. Furniture catalogues advertised tables and pianos with built-in fabric panels or specialized decorative coverings. An 1867 advertisement from a New York furniture company states, "Elegant parlor furniture with propriety panels ensure your home reflects your family's moral standards. With our tastefully designed modesty coverings available for piano legs, table limbs, and decorative stands." Propriety panels. They were literally selling morality through fabric. Some families took this practice to extraordinary lengths. There are written accounts of households covering not only piano legs, but the legs of all their furniture, tables, chairs, sofas. Some even covered the legs of decorative plant stands and magazine racks. One visitor to an American home in 1858 wrote in their journal, "I called on the Hendersons and found their parlour a maze of draped cloth. Every single piece of furniture wore tiny skirts, as if the tables and chairs had been dressed for church. The overall effect was both laughable and slightly claustrophobic. The entire room felt excessively ornate and fussy." But here is the most interesting part. This custom was never practiced everywhere, and it varied significantly depending on location, social class, and even religious background. It was more common in the United States than in Britain, though people in both places practiced it. It was more prevalent among middle-class families attempting to confirm their respectability than among the established aristocracy who had no need to prove anything. And it was especially common among certain Protestant groups with more rigid views on modesty and social conduct. Some historians have proposed that covering piano legs was partly a performance of class identity. By engaging in this elaborate modesty ritual, middle-class families were showing that they understood the unwritten rules of respectability, that they prioritized moral appearances, that they deserved to be viewed as refined. The wealthy did not need to cover their furniture because their status was already secure. The working class could not afford to because they had more serious financial concerns. But the middle class, always worried about maintaining their respectability, always concerned about a social slip, they adopted these visible symbols of propriety. There is also a fascinating gender dimension to the idea of furniture modesty. The piano was strongly associated with femininity. It was the accepted instrument young women learned to demonstrate their cultural education. So the anxiety about piano legs might have been directly linked to anxiety about women's very presence in semi-public spaces. The parlour was a feminine sphere, decorated and maintained by women, where women performed their accepted social roles. Covering the furniture was yet another method of enforcing modesty within women's spaces, another reminder that anything curved or suggestive needed to be hidden away. Critics of the custom existed even at the time. They were often ridiculed or dismissed as having a perverse mind for questioning the need for furniture modesty, but they highlighted the sheer absurdity of it all. One satirical piece from an 1856 British magazine jokingly suggested, "Perhaps we should blindfold ourselves completely upon entering parlours, lest the curvature of a chairback or the roundness of a doorknob provoke unchaste thoughts. Even better, let us furnish our homes entirely with plain square boxes, eliminating all curves from our domestic environment." The satire correctly identified a real issue, the dangerous slippery slope of this kind of thinking. If furniture legs need to be covered, what else might trigger inappropriate thoughts? Where does the constant policing of potential sexual symbolism actually stop? Later, certain psychologists and social critics analysed the Victorian furniture modesty phenomenon as a clear symptom of sexual repression taken to pathological extremes. Sigmund Freud, whose influential theories about Victorian sexual anxiety emerged in the early 20th century, would have found this fascinating. The custom of covering furniture legs also intersected with racial and colonial hierarchies in interesting ways. European and American colonists would contrast their supposedly civilized furniture modesty with the supposed primitive nakedness of furniture in colonized regions. Even furniture became a standard marker of civilization versus barbarism in colonial discourse. It is important to note that not everyone who covered their furniture legs did so purely out of sexual anxiety. Some people simply considered the fabric coverings to be decorative and fashionable. Some followed the practice because it was currently stylish without giving much thought to the supposed moral justification behind it. But the mere fact that the practice existed at all, that it was common enough to create a minor industry and appear in social etiquette guides and household manuals, tells us something critically important about Victorian culture. The decline of furniture leg covering happened gradually. By the 1880s and 1890s, it began to be viewed as old-fashioned and excessively fussy. Newer design styles, influenced by the arts and crafts movement, celebrated natural wood and visible furniture construction rather than concealing it under fabric. The early 20th century brought a clear reaction against Victorian decorative excess. Modernist design principles stressed simple lines, practical shapes, and authentic materials. Covering furniture legs seemed utterly ridiculous to the newer generations. A home decoration guide from the 1920s explicitly mocks the earlier custom. Our grandmothers, in their extreme delicacy, felt obligated to drape even their furniture in modest coverings. We now recognise this for what it was, a neurotic obsession with propriety that made homes feel stuffy and uncomfortable. The modern woman decorates with self-assurance, not anxiety. Today, the whole idea of covering furniture legs for modesty seems like a literal parody of Victorian culture. It has become a frequent example when people want to illustrate how ridiculously prudish that entire era was. But I think we should avoid feeling too superior about it. Yes, covering piano legs because they might trigger sexual thoughts is absurd. But every era has its own intense anxieties and its own taboos that future generations will likely find equally bizarre. We live in a time where we constantly alter bodies in photographs to meet impossible standards, where we aggressively police women's clothing in schools and workplaces, where we have endless arguments about appropriate and inappropriate images and expressions. The specific target of the anxiety shifts, from furniture legs to Instagram photos. But the underlying compulsion to restrict and control anything that might be vaguely sexual, especially as it relates to women and femininity, that compulsion remains. The piano leg panic was not truly about pianos. It was about a culture so completely uncomfortable with human sexuality, so intensely determined to stamp out any subtle hint of the erotic, that it began to see sexual symbolism everywhere. And when you perceive threats everywhere, you inevitably end up with absurd, defensive behaviours. It was also fundamentally about women being held accountable for men's thoughts and emotional responses. The logic was essentially this: if a man looks at a piano leg and has an unchaste thought, we must cover the piano leg. Rather than addressing why the man is seemingly incapable of controlling his thoughts around inanimate objects, we control the object that might potentially trigger those thoughts. Does that sound familiar? It is the exact same underlying logic that blames women's clothing for men's bad behaviour, that dictates women must change their appearance because men cannot be expected to control themselves. The furniture itself did not change. Men's capacity for self-control did not change. What actually changed was the culture's willingness to participate in elaborate performances of purity that required constant vigilance and modification of ordinary objects and everyday behaviours. So tonight, take a moment to glance at the furniture surrounding you. Be grateful that you can see table legs, chair legs and piano legs without anyone suggesting that their visibility is somehow morally compromising. That's a small detail, but it speaks to a bigger shift away from viewing the world through a constant lens of sexual worry. Now, prepare yourself. Our exploration of ridiculous etiquette standards is about to delve into even more personal territory. We're going to look into the letter-writing rules, the rigid regulations that controlled how women were permitted to communicate, especially with men. Apparently, a woman initiating a letter to a man was almost as shocking as her proposing marriage. The codes were so convoluted and the social repercussions of misjudging them so profound that women devised secret languages and covert networks just to talk openly. Stay tuned, because the history of Victorian correspondence is about to show exactly how hard women worked to secure any, even a small, measure of control over their own lives. Communication. It's such a fundamental human requirement, isn't it? The power to reach out, to connect, to put your thoughts across to someone you care about. Now imagine that simple requirement being regulated, policed and transformed into a minefield of social conventions where one blunder could ruin your standing. For Victorian women, the mere act of writing a letter, putting a pen to paper and sending ideas to another person was governed by rules so strict and penalties so extreme that many women never managed to communicate their true selves in writing throughout their entire lives. The central principle was brutally clear. A woman could not write to a man first, not to begin an exchange, not to continue a discussion, not even to express thanks for something, unless he had started the correspondence. The man had to always, without exception, be the one to begin. Let me tell you about Rose Beaumont, London, 1873. Rose is 23, smart, well-educated, and deeply fond of a man named Edward Thornton. They've met a few times at social events, always properly accompanied. Their conversations have been brief but meaningful. They share interests in books, philosophy, and current affairs. Edward resides across the city, and their social circles rarely intersect. After their most recent meeting, weeks pass without seeing him again. Rose wishes she could write. She has opinions on a book they discussed, questions she wants to ask, and things she'd like to share. She sits at her desk repeatedly, pen ready, paper before her. But she doesn't write because to write first means breaking one of society's most unbreakable laws. She would be declaring herself bold, aggressive, and improper. She's essentially making a bid for his attention, which would be humiliating even if she desired to marry him, which she does but could never say. So she waits. Days stretch into weeks, weeks into months. Edward never writes, because perhaps he's waiting for a sign of her interest that she's forbidden to give. Or maybe he just isn't interested, and her writing would have only exposed her feelings for a rejection. Or maybe he's just occupied and assumes that if she were interested, she would find a way to reach out. Eventually, Rose learns through mutual friends that Edward has become engaged to someone else. She never got the chance to voice her feelings, never got to see what might have happened because the rules of correspondence made it impossible for her to contact him. Her diary entry from November 1873 states, "I have lost him, not from any lack of affection or harmony, but because of the silence imposed on my gender. I had thoughts I longed to write, ideas I wanted to exchange, but I was denied the simple action of putting them to paper and sending them. How many connections have been broken, how many possibilities ruined by these senseless obstacles to communication? This wasn't unique. This was the reality for countless women who were forced to wait, passive and quiet, hoping that men would begin correspondence, while they were prohibited from doing so themselves." The rules for letter writing were extensive and specific. Let's review what a woman had to navigate if she wished to engage in written communication. Rule 1. As we've established, never write first to a man who isn't a close family relative. Your father, brothers, uncles are acceptable. Cousins might be, depending on the closeness of the bond. But any other man, absolutely not until he writes to you first. Rule 2. Even if a man does write to you first, your reply must be precisely judged. An etiquette manual from 1860 called The Art of Correspondence advises, "A lady's answer to a gentleman's letter should be quick enough to avoid appearing rude, but delayed sufficiently to avoid looking eager. 3 to 5 days is appropriate. The letter should be short, respectful, and emotionally reserved. Excitement or excessive warmth implies impropriety. 3 to 5 days. Imagine having something you are keen to answer, thoughts you want to share right away but needing to hold back because replying too soon might suggest eagerness." Rule 3. The content of letters from women to men had to be strictly managed. No declarations of intense feeling, no discussion of private emotions beyond the most superficial, no debatable subjects, definitely no complaints, criticism, or disagreements. An 1875 guide to proper letter writing suggests, "A lady's correspondence should reflect the gentle qualities of her character. She writes of agreeable topics, the weather, mutual acquaintances, cultural happenings, nature, and light philosophy. She avoids anything that might hint at strong passions or intellectual forcefulness." Rule 4. The length of letters was also controlled. A woman's letter to a man had to be shorter than his letter to her. Matching his length was acceptable, but exceeding it suggested you had too much to say, that you were overly invested, that you were demanding equal footing in the exchange. Rule 5. Certain words and phrases were banned. Direct expressions of affection, naturally, but also anything that could be interpreted as too familiar. There are etiquette guides that provide lists of acceptable and inappropriate vocabulary for ladies' correspondence. The regulations extended to the physical elements of letter writing too. The paper quality, the style of the script, even the ink colour were all subject to social appraisal. Good quality stationery, but not too fancy, as that seemed pretentious. Tidy feminine script, not too large and bold, not too small and timid. Black or dark blue ink only. Coloured inks were considered unserious or unsuitable for communication with men. There's a wonderful humorous piece from an 1888 women's magazine that mockingly instructs, "A lady's handwriting should be decorative yet clear, confident yet not insistent, flowing yet not chaotic, unique yet not eccentric. It must occupy the ideal middle ground between all potential extremes, achieving a mystical balance that proves her perfect refinement." The satire highlights how impossible these expectations were. Women were expected to manage the needle of being just right on dozens of different standards simultaneously. The results of violating letter-writing rules could be serious. A woman who wrote too freely, too often, or too personally to a man ran the risk of being called fast or having her moral integrity questioned. There is a recorded case from 1868 concerning a young woman in Boston named Clara Henderson. She had been exchanging letters with a man she had met through friends. Their letters were perfectly proper in substance, but Clara made the mistake of writing slightly more frequently than he did, and her letters were slightly longer and more detailed. Someone, perhaps a jealous rival or a disapproving relative, saw some of the exchange and started spreading rumours that Clara was pursuing the man improperly. The gossip spread through her social circle. The man, uneasy with the scrutiny and pressure, ended the correspondence. Clara's reputation was damaged for months, all because she wrote letters that were too long and too often. The supervision of women's correspondence was incredibly thorough. In many homes, parents or chaperones would review letters before they were mailed and after they were received. The privacy we associate with personal communication simply didn't exist for unmarried women. Some families required daughters to leave their letters unsealed so parents could read them before they were posted. Others would intercept and read incoming letters. The justification was always protection, shielding young women from unsuitable influences or from making errors that could harm their futures. But the result was surveillance and control. Women couldn't cultivate private relationships through letters. They couldn't explore ideas or express themselves freely, knowing that someone else would read and judge every single word. This created a strange dual awareness in writing. Women wrote two letters at once, the actual text on the page and the shadow letter they imagined their parents or chaperones reading. Every sentence had to pass multiple levels of approval, both internal and external. Some women found clever ways around this. They developed codes, seemingly innocent phrases that carried hidden meanings. A reference to a particular book might indicate a specific emotion. Discussing the weather in certain terms could communicate emotional states. There are examples of Victorian correspondence where modern academics have identified what appear to be coded messages. A letter that seems to be entirely about garden flowers is actually expressing romantic frustration. A discussion of a musical piece holds subtext about a relationship status. One particularly clever system involved using the language of flowers. Different blooms had specific meanings in Victorian society. By talking about which flowers were blooming in her garden or which she'd seen on a walk, a woman could actually be conveying complex emotional messages to a recipient who understood the code. But these codes required both people to know the system, and they were dangerous. If someone else deciphered your meaning, the consequences could be severe. Women also created letter-writing networks among themselves. Female friends would exchange letters openly, discussing subjects they couldn't mention to men, their genuine feelings on courtship, marriage, politics, and frustrations with social constraints. These networks became vital spaces for women's intellectual and emotional growth. Historian Carol Smith Rosenberg studied 19th century women's correspondence and found rich, complex relationships sustained through letters. Friendships that offered emotional support, intellectual stimulation, and a sense of connection that the restricted world of mixed-gender communication couldn't provide. One collection of letters between two friends, Sarah Butler and Jeannie Field, spanning the 1860s and 1870s, shows them discussing everything from literature and women's rights to their personal difficulties with the limitations placed on their lives. Sarah wrote in 1872, "To you I can write freely, without weighing every word or fearing judgment. These letters are my real voice, the one I am forbidden to use elsewhere." The international postal system's growth in the mid-19th century made communication easier and more common, which actually heightened the anxiety about women's letter writing. More opportunities for women to communicate meant more chances for them to potentially violate propriety. Some nations and regions had slightly different norms. French correspondence culture was somewhat more relaxed than British or American. In France, a woman might be able to write to a male friend with slightly more freedom, though still within limits. American women travelling in Europe often noted the difference. One travel journal from 1881 mentions, "I find the continental approach to correspondence refreshingly logical. I can write to male acquaintances about intellectual subjects without the constant worry that marks such exchanges at home." The class aspects of letter-writing rules are interesting too. Upper-class women faced stricter scrutiny because they had more at risk. Their marriage prospects were more valuable and more carefully managed. Working-class women often had more practical reasons to write letters, arranging employment, maintaining family ties over distance, and faced less intense supervision, though their correspondence was still limited by resources and education. The education factor is essential. Writing letters required literacy, good quality paper, ink and postage, all of which cost money. Many working-class women couldn't afford regular correspondence even if they wished to engage in it. But middle and upper-class women who were educated and had resources still found themselves restricted by rules rather than by material limits. They had the ability to communicate, but were forbidden to use it fully. The literary world provides some fascinating instances of women resisting correspondence restrictions. Many female authors maintained extensive communication with male writers, editors, and intellectuals, navigating the social rules while attempting to build professional relationships. Charlotte Bronte's letters to her publisher and to other writers show her carefully balancing professional necessity with social appropriateness. She had to write to men to conduct her career, but she was constantly aware of the scrutiny and judgment her correspondence might receive. George Eliot, who used a male pseudonym partly to be taken seriously, also had to manage her correspondence carefully. Her relationship with George Henry Lewis, conducted partly through letters before they lived together, broke numerous social norms and contributed to her eventual social isolation. The suffragist movement openly challenged correspondence restrictions as part of women's broader lack of independence. If women couldn't start communication, if their letters were monitored and controlled, how could they organise politically, form networks, or engage in public debate? The early women's rights conventions from the 1840s through the 1870s facilitated letter exchanges among activists, creating communication networks that functioned somewhat outside normal social limitations because they framed their correspondence as political rather than personal. The late 19th and early 20th centuries gradually eased letter-writing restrictions. The typewriter, surprisingly, played a role. Typewritten letters appeared more impersonal, more businesslike, and therefore less subject to romantic scrutiny. Women entering professions could write business letters to male colleagues with less worry about propriety. The expansion of women's education, with women attending colleges and universities, created communities where women corresponded with male classmates and professors as intellectual equals, normalizing cross-gender written communication. World War I inevitably shattered many of the old barriers. Women writing to soldiers overseas, brothers, friends, even acquaintances, became not just acceptable, but patriotic. The volume of cross-gender correspondence increased dramatically, and many of the old worries about women writing to men seemed trivial in the context of wartime. By the 1920s, young women were writing letters to men with relative freedom. The specific rules about who could write first, how long to wait, and what to say had mostly disappeared. But consider what was lost during all those decades when women's correspondence was so severely limited. How many relationships never blossomed because women couldn't reach out? How many intellectual exchanges never occurred because women weren't allowed to initiate them? How many women's voices were silenced, their ideas unexpressed, their thoughts unshared? The letter-writing laws weren't about protecting women. They were about restricting women's power, controlling their relationships, and ensuring that, even in the private action of writing, women remained passive and secondary. Tonight, if you send a text, email, or message to someone without a second thought, appreciate that simple liberty, the ability to communicate when you want, with whom you want, saying what you want. That's a freedom women fought for, sometimes in ways as simple as writing a letter and mailing it, despite the rules. Now, we've covered a lot of ground about what women were forbidden to do. They couldn't display their ankles, couldn't speak first, couldn't breathe deeply, couldn't express emotion freely, and couldn't write letters on their own terms. But here's something that might surprise you. There were things women were expected to do constantly. Elaborate displays of work that they had to pretend weren't work at all. Because wealthy women were expected to appear idle and at leisure while actually running complicated households, a hidden labour that consumed their lives while society pretended they did nothing. The Servant Secret is about to expose one of Victorian society's most elaborate hypocrisies. Here is a fascinating contradiction that defined the lives of wealthy Victorian women. They were expected to manage complex households involving dozens of servants, handle intricate budgets, supervise food preparation and storage, coordinate social functions, and oversee what was essentially a small business operation, all while appearing to do absolutely nothing. The ultimate success for an upper-class Victorian woman was making all that labour invisible, appearing as though you spent your days in leisurely pursuits, embroidery, peace, piano practice, reading novels, while behind the scenes you were actually working harder than many people with paid employment. This is the servant's secret. Wealthy women work constantly, but admitting it would ruin their social standing. Let me introduce you to Margaret Ashford, the wife of a successful London merchant, 1885. From the outside, Margaret's life looks like the perfect picture of leisure and grace. She sleeps late, takes tea in the drawing room, welcomes visitors, attends social events, and engages in refined hobbies. But here is what's actually happening. Margaret gets up at 6 a.m, before most of her servants, to review the household accounts and plan the day's activities. She meets with her housekeeper at 7 a.m. to discuss menu planning, servant duties, and household maintenance needs. She inspects the kitchen, the pantry, and the linen closets, checking that everything is properly cared for and nothing is being wasted or stolen. By 9 a.m, she's reviewing the household budget, which she manages down to the last penny. She knows precisely how much is spent on coal, candles, food, servant wages, clothing, maintenance, and dozens of other expenses. She decides when to order supplies, which suppliers to use, and how to save money without appearing to scrimp. At 10 a.m, she finally appears in the drawing room, dressed elegantly, looking as though she's just awakened to a restful morning. If visitors call, they see a woman of poise and refinement, seemingly unburdened by everyday concerns. They have no idea she's already been working for 4 hours. The rest of Margaret's day continues this way. Periods of visible leisure interrupted by hidden bursts of management oversight and decision-making. She slips away from her embroidery to instruct the cook about dinner. She excuses herself from her piano practice to resolve a dispute between servants. She appears to be reading a novel, but is actually reviewing household inventory lists tucked inside the book's pages. By the time she retires at 11 p.m, Margaret has worked a 15-hour day, but if you asked her what she did, she would say with rehearsed modesty, "Oh, nothing much. I had some callers, did a bit of reading, played the piano." To admit the truth, that she worked constantly and intensely, would be to admit that her husband couldn't afford enough servants to truly free her from labour, or that she was engaging in work considered unladylike and beneath her station. This pretense of idleness, while actually labouring in secret, was one of the most draining aspects of upper-class Victorian womanhood. The philosophy behind this contradiction came from what historians call the cult of domesticity, or the angel in the house myth. The perfect Victorian woman was meant to be a moral, spiritual presence in the home, inspiring and uplifting, but not actually performing practical work. An influential book from 1854 called The Women of England by Sarah Stickney. Ellis describes the ideal woman's role. She is the guiding spirit of the home, the gentle influence that directs without commanding, the subtle hand that manages without appearing to labour. Her power rests in her seeming powerlessness, her work in her apparent leisure. Notice that wording: directs without commanding, manages without appearing to labour. The actual administration had to happen, but it had to be invisible. The practical reality was that running a wealthy Victorian household was genuinely complex work that demanded intelligence, organisational skills, financial ability, and interpersonal management expertise. A large household might employ anywhere from 8 to 30 servants, depending on the family's wealth. Each servant had specific duties and they formed their own hierarchy: housekeeper, cook, lady's maid, butler, footman, housemaids, scullery maids, and so on. The mistress of the house was theoretically in charge of all of this, though she was supposed to manage primarily through the housekeeper and butler, rather than directly supervising lower servants. But that meant she needed to effectively manage her managers, ensure they were skilled and honest, and step in when issues arose. Household account books from the period reveal the complexity of this management. One surviving ledger from an 1870s London household shows detailed tracking of expenses across dozens of categories. The lady of the house recorded every purchase, compared prices from different vendors, noted seasonal variations in food costs, and calculated servant wages, including room, board, and occasional bonuses. This wasn't casual record keeping. This was sophisticated financial management that would be considered a skilled profession if it had been paid work done by a man. But if a woman discussed her household accounts at a social gathering, she'd be seen as crude and obsessed with money. The work had to be done, but discussing it was inappropriate. The same applied to other aspects of household management. Menu planning, for example, was quite complex. You needed to plan meals that were suitable to your social standing, elaborate enough to show wealth, but not so flashy as to seem new money. You needed to consider seasonal availability of ingredients, nutritional balance, variety, and cost. Recipe books from the era show this complexity. One cookbook from 1882, called The Complete Household Manager, contains not just recipes, but detailed instructions on menu planning across seasons, how to store food, how to economize on ingredients without appearing to scrimp, and how to supervise kitchen staff. The introduction states, "The lady of the house must understand these matters thoroughly while never appearing to have studied them. Her knowledge should seem innate, a natural feminine talent rather than learned expertise." There it is again. The expectation to be knowledgeable and competent while pretending it all comes naturally and easily. Social event planning was another area of hidden labour. Hosting a dinner party, ball or afternoon tea required weeks of preparation and coordination. You had to manage invitations, menu selection, table arrangements, entertainment, servant assignments, and dozens of other details. A diary entry from 1878 by a woman named Louisa Vanderbilt describes getting ready for a dinner party. "I spent 3 days this week planning the dinner, consulting with the cook about the menu, reviewing the wine cellar inventory with James, ensuring the silver is properly cleaned, checking that we have enough fine linens, arranging the seating to avoid placing incompatible guests together, and overseeing the flower arrangements. Yet when the guests arrive and compliment me on the lovely evening, I must smile and say it was nothing at all, just a simple gathering. To reveal the work involved would suggest we lack sufficient staff, or that I am too involved in management." That last sentence is critical. To reveal the work involved would suggest we lack sufficient staff. The invisibility of work was a marker of status. If you had to admit to working, it meant you couldn't afford enough servants to do everything, which meant you weren't as wealthy as you appeared. This created a perverse pressure to hide skill and effort. The more skilled you were at household management, the more you had to pretend you did nothing at all. The servant management aspect had its own complexities and contradictions. The Victorian household was a deeply hierarchical space with intricate social dynamics. Servants had complaints, ambitions, romances, and conflicts, all of which the lady of the house had to navigate while maintaining authority and order. One particular difficulty was the high rate of change. Servants, especially younger ones, frequently moved between positions, seeking better pay or conditions. This meant constant hiring, training, and managing of new staff. Employment records from larger households show servants staying an average of 18 months to 2 years before moving on. This meant the lady of the house was perpetually training new staff, ensuring consistency in household operations despite changing personnel. There are accounts of women who were genuinely talented household managers, brilliant organisers who could have excelled in any business setting, but they had to hide that brilliance behind a facade of gentle, effortless femininity. One such woman was Hannah Culwick, though her case is unusual because she kept detailed diaries. Hannah worked as a servant but eventually married a gentleman, Arthur Munby, who was fascinated by class boundaries. Her diaries from the 1860s and 1870s describe the intense physical and mental labour of household work. And they also describe the ladies she worked for, who, while seeming idle, were actually conducting complex management behind the scenes. Hannah wrote in 1867, "The mistress appears to do nothing all day. She sits in the drawing room, looking pretty and receiving visitors. But I know she rises before anyone else to inspect my cleaning. She checks the household accounts every morning. She plans every meal. She knows exactly how much coal we use and whether we're being economical. She works harder than anyone knows, but she'd never admit it." The class aspects here are fascinating. Working-class women like Hannah could admit to their labour. They had to work for wages, and everyone knew it. But upper-class women, like her mistress, had to hide their labour because admitting it would compromise their class status. There was also a racial element in colonial settings. White European women managing households in colonies would often have large staffs of servants from colonised populations. The invisibility of white women's management work paralleled the invisibility of colonised people's humanity in colonial thought. Both were forms of labour that the system demanded but couldn't acknowledge. The psychological cost of this constant performance, working hard while appearing not to work, was significant. Women's diaries and letters from the period frequently express exhaustion, frustration, and a feeling of being caught between expectations. One letter from 1881, written by a woman named Edith Wharton, not the famous novelist, a different Edith Wharton, says, "I am so tired. Tired of managing everything while pretending to manage nothing. Tired of knowing the price of every item in this house while acting shocked if anyone mentions money. Tired of running this small empire while being told I live a life of leisure. If I couldn't deny my effort, I might be proud of it. But instead, I have to keep it secret and feel ashamed for doing what's necessary to keep up our household." A few women did find ways to assert their capability more openly. The domestic science movement appearing in the late 19th century established a way to discuss managing a home as a respectable field of learning. Women such as Catherine Beecher and her sister Harriet Beecher Stowe published manuals on household management that treated running a home as a discipline requiring instruction and expertise. Beecher's 1869 volume, The American Woman's Home, describes domestic leadership as an honourable career deserving of consideration and regard. This approach was revolutionary because it directly opposed the belief that housekeeping should be unnoticed or something women knew instinctively. Beecher argued women deserved schooling in managing a household, recognizing it as complicated work worthy of acknowledgement. Naturally, she received criticism from traditional thinkers who felt this method was too commercial, too much like running the home as a business rather than a sacred refuge. The tension between recognizing women's domestic labor and upholding the ideal of the leisured female never completely disappeared during the Victorian age. What shifted instead was the surrounding economic and social landscape. The start of the 20th century saw smaller families, fewer household staff because of changing financial conditions, and more job opportunities for lower-income women, and new technology that altered housework. Without many servants to oversee, the pretense of upper-class women having nothing to do became harder to maintain. Women were forced to either do more visible housework themselves or admit to the management work they had been doing all along. The World Wars, especially World War I, shattered many of these social class assumptions. Women across all social levels were suddenly engaged in obvious work in factories, offices, and hospitals. The notion that respectable women didn't work grew clearly outdated, but it's important to remember what was lost during all those decades when women's household management effort was unseen and unappreciated. Women developed real skill, coordinated complicated tasks, made careful decisions, and received no praise, no recognition, and no feeling of career success. If a man managed a business with 30 staff, complicated finances, and complex organization, he would be praised as a competent executive. Women doing similar tasks in their own homes were expected to pretend it took no effort or talent at all. Consider what that does to a person's sense of self-worth. To be capable, skilled, and successful, yet never allowed to say so. To work diligently, yet have everyone, including yourself, pretend you do nothing. The servant's secret wasn't only about concealing work from others. It was about women being required to hide their own abilities from themselves, to absorb the belief that their work didn't count, didn't matter, and wasn't proper work. So tonight, if you've ever felt like your efforts were invisible or undervalued, understand that this is a very old pattern, particularly for women. The details change, but the pattern of unacknowledged labour continues. And as we continue, prepare yourself, because we're about to delve into something that mixed danger, ridiculousness, and true tragedy in equal parts. We're discussing beach bathing during the Victorian period, specifically the demand that women swim wearing 40 pounds of clothes, the wheeled changing machines, the risks of drowning, the strange lengths society went to ensure women's bodies stayed completely covered, even in the water. It's a story that perfectly illustrates how politeness rules could actually be life-threatening. Stay with me, because the beach bathing struggle is about to become very grim before we see any progress. Water is supposed to be liberating, isn't it? The feeling of floating, the coolness on a hot day, the simple joy of a swim. Now imagine trying to experience any of that while wearing a long wool dress, multiple undergarments, stockings, shoes, and a hat, all of which become saturated and heavy the moment they get wet. Welcome to Victorian beach bathing, where women were required to enter the ocean wearing enough material to costume a small stage play, creating a situation that was not just ridiculous, but genuinely fatal. This is not an overstatement. Women drowned because of the required swimming attire. They died because modesty was valued more than their lives. Let me tell you about what happened on a beach in Brighton, England. In July of 1863, a young woman named Sarah Collins, 24 years old, went to the shore with her family for a health treatment. Saltwater bathing was prescribed by doctors for various illnesses. So the beach was more than just fun, it was considered medical care. Sarah was wearing the mandatory bathing costume, a thick flannel dress that covered her from her neck to her ankles with long sleeves and a high neck. Beneath this, she wore flannel trousers that extended to her ankles. Over everything she put on a short jacket for extra modesty. The complete outfit, when dry, weighed around 12 pounds. When wet, it would weigh 3 to 4 times that much. The act of bathing itself was complicated. Sarah entered a bathing machine, essentially a mobile wooden dressing room. She changed into her swimming clothes while the machine was on the sand. Then a horse pulled the machine into the ocean until the water was deep enough for bathing. A canvas covering extended from the machine's door, creating a shielded path into the water so that Sarah could enter without anyone on the beach seeing her. Once in the water, Sarah was expected to stay close to the machine, grip a rope attached to it, and just gently bob in the waves. Swimming, actual swimming, was discouraged. Women weren't supposed to know how to swim anyway, as swimming instruction would require taking off too many clothes. But that day, the current was stronger than normal. A wave pulled Sarah away from the machine. Her heavy attire instantly became waterlogged, pulling her down. She tried to swim back to the rope, but the weight of the fabric made moving nearly impossible. She submerged. A man swimming nearby saw her struggle and swam toward her, but he faced a terrible problem. To save her, he would have to touch her, grab hold of her, possibly be seen physically connecting with her. This would create a massive scandal. For several vital seconds he hesitated, knowing that helping her could damage both their reputations. He did finally pull her to safety, but not before she had swallowed a lot of water and almost drowned. When Sarah was finally back on the shore, gasping and terrified, the reaction from those watching wasn't relief or sympathy. It was outrage. The man had touched her. They had been seen together. Sarah's family was deeply embarrassed, not because she had nearly died, but because a strange man had put his hands on her. Sarah's close call with drowning was reported in local papers not as a warning about dangerous bathing clothes, but as a story about improper behaviour and the difficulty of maintaining decorum at the coast. Can you believe it? A woman nearly dies, and the public discussion is about whether it was appropriate for someone to save her life. Sarah's situation was not unique. Drowning deaths linked to heavy swimming costumes were common enough that some medical journals began commenting on them. An 1867 article in The Lancet, a well-known British medical journal, documented several instances of women drowning in shallow water because their bathing attire became saturated and dragged them under. The article stated, "We note, with concern, the continued custom of female bathing in clothing so heavy and restrictive that it presents a genuine danger to life. We have recorded 7 deaths this season alone in which women of good health drowned in water of insufficient depth to pose danger to any swimmer unencumbered by excessive clothing. 7 deaths in one season." In just the cases, one journal happened to report the bathing costume demands grew out of the same fixation on modesty we've been examining all evening, but they were especially ridiculous because they applied to an activity that is naturally physical and where heavy clothing is genuinely dangerous. The Victorian bathing costume developed from earlier, slightly less restrictive outfits. In the early 1800s, women might swim in a loose slip or undergarment, but as the century continued and the culture of modesty intensified, the costumes grew more elaborate and more hazardous. By the 1860s and 1870s, the typical women's bathing attire consisted of several parts. There was the bathing dress itself, usually made of thick flannel or serge, a heavy wool fabric covering the neck to the ankle with long sleeves. Beneath were flannel trousers, also extending to the ankle. Many women wore stockings as well. Some styles included weights sewn into the bottom edge to make sure the dress wouldn't float up in the water, because exposing your legs was apparently worse than drowning. The colours were usually dark, navy, black or dark grey, because light-coloured material became somewhat see-through when wet, which would be scandalous. Some costumes had complicated trim, buttons and decorative additions. One fashion publication from 1872 describes a bathing costume with 18 buttons, ornamental braiding and a pleated skirt, as if anyone needed pleats while trying not to drown. The bathing machine industry expanded into a significant business at seaside resorts. These machines were costly to build and maintain, needing horses, drivers and attendants. Resorts spent a lot of money on them because they were considered vital for respectable female bathing. Bathing machine fees were a regular expense for families visiting the shore. An 1875 price list from a Brighton resort indicates that renting a bathing machine cost between 1 shilling and half a crown per use. Not a small amount of money for middle-class families, but thought necessary for proper behaviour. The machines themselves were small wooden boxes, often poorly ventilated, hot and stuffy. Women would change in these confined spaces, then emerge into the water from the canvas-covered doorway. The entire process was awkward, undignified, and most importantly, didn't actually offer much privacy because everyone knew exactly what you were doing. There is a dark yet funny account from an 1868 diary where a woman describes her first bathing machine experience. "I was confined inside a wooden box, barely bigger than a coffin, jolted around as horses dragged it into the sea and told to change into a costume that weighed more than my ordinary dress. By the time the machine stopped and I was expected to enter the water, I was sweating heavily, dizzy from the heat and movement, and wearing 40 pounds of wet wool. I stepped into the ocean and instantly understood why bathing is called taking the waters. Because the waters take you." That final sentence is ironic humour covering real fear. The class aspects of bathing rules were significant. Working-class women who swam in rivers or lakes for practical reasons, washing clothes, cooling off during hot weather, wore simpler, lighter clothes because they couldn't afford elaborate bathing costumes and didn't face the same social scrutiny, as was the case with middle and upper-class women. This created a strange situation where wealthy women who could afford to visit seaside resorts and hire bathing machines were in more danger while swimming than poor women who simply waded into rivers in their undergarments. Some resorts had ladies' bathing hours when men were prohibited from the beach entirely, allowing women slightly more freedom in their bathing activities. But even during these times, the costume rules remained strict because female attendants and other women were observing and judging. The medical field had conflicting views on female bathing. On one hand, doctors prescribed swimming in the sea for various illnesses. It was supposed to treat everything from sadness to digestive issues to female complaints, which was vague Victorian language for reproductive health problems. On the other hand, doctors warned about the dangers of women swimming too hard or in water that was too cold, claiming it could damage their reproductive systems. An 1870 medical guide. Ladies should enter the water only briefly and should avoid any strenuous movement that might overtax their delicate constitutions or disturb the reproductive organs. So women were expected to bathe for their health, but not actually exercise or swim. And they had to do it wearing enough fabric to supply a textile shop. The restrictions on women learning to swim were especially harmful. Swimming was considered unladylike, and swimming lessons would require wearing less restrictive clothing, which was improper. So women were placed into dangerous situations, the ocean, wearing heavy clothing without the skills, swimming that might save their lives. Some forward-thinking voices spoke out against this. A women's rights publication from 1874 included an opinion piece titled "The Absurdity of Bathing Dress" that argued, "We send our daughters to the seaside for health, costume them in garments designed to drown them, forbid them to learn the swimming skills that might save them, and then express shock when tragedies occur. This is not modesty. This is systematic neglect bordering on criminal." But these progressive voices were quieted, forgive the dark joke, by traditionalists who insisted that any loosening of bathing costume standards would lead to moral corruption. The opposition to bathing dress reform originated from the same place as resistance to all the other etiquette rules. We've discussed the belief that women's modesty and proper behaviour were more important than their safety, comfort or lives. Some women resisted these restrictions. There are reports of women who, during ladies-only bathing hours, would wear lighter costumes or even dare to actually swim. They faced harsh criticism and were called immodest, unfeminine and improper. Annette Kellerman, an Australian swimmer, became famous and controversial in the early 1900s for wearing a fitted one-piece bathing suit that exposed her arms and legs. She was arrested for indecent exposure on a Boston beach in 1907. Her crime, wearing a practical swimming costume that allowed her to actually swim. But Kellerman fought back. She publicly stated that the traditional bathing costume was dangerous and that women should be allowed to wear practical swimming attire. She gave swimming exhibitions, wrote articles, and eventually her style of bathing suit became more accepted. The move away from heavy bathing costumes was slow and met resistance at every stage. As women became more involved in sports and recreation in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, the impracticality of heavy bathing dress became undeniable. The bicycle again played a part. Women who rode bikes, who were comfortable with physical activity and practical clothing, were more likely to demand sensible bathing costumes too. World War I, as often happens, sped up the change. With women working in physically demanding jobs, the idea that they were too delicate to swim properly seemed absurd. Bathing costumes became shorter, lighter, and more practical. By the 1920s, women's bathing costumes had changed dramatically. Sleeveless, shorter, made of lighter materials that dried quickly, they were recognizable as actual swimwear rather than drowning hazards. But it's important to remember what happened during all those decades when women were required to bathe in dangerous costumes. How many women died who might have been saved if they had been wearing reasonable clothes and had been taught to swim? How many women avoided the ocean entirely, missing out on fun and health benefits because the requirements were so burdensome? And how many women suffered near drowning experiences like Sarah Collins, only to be blamed for improper behaviour rather than having their real danger acknowledged? The beach bathing struggle reveals something important about how etiquette rules worked. They weren't just silly or inconvenient, they were sometimes genuinely life-threatening. And even when the danger was clear, even when women were dying, the rules were defended because maintaining the appearance of modesty was considered more important than women's actual well-being. Tonight, if you've ever been swimming, take a moment to value the simple freedom of it. The ability to wear practical swimming attire, to move through water without being weighed down by fabric, to learn swimming skills without it being considered improper. Women fought for that freedom. Some of them died before achieving it. That's not an exaggeration. That's historical fact. But all the rules we've looked at tonight, from ankles to voices, to breathing, to laughter, to gloves to chaperones, to visiting cards to furniture, to letters, to invisible labour, to bathing costumes, they all return to one core point: control over women's bodies, women's movements, women's very presence in the world. And we're not quite done yet, because while we've covered physical restrictions and social restrictions, we haven't yet fully examined intellectual restrictions. Coming up next, we're diving into the reading restriction. The idea that certain books could literally corrupt female minds and needed to be prohibited. The list of books women weren't allowed to read is astonishing, and the reasoning behind it reveals Victorian society's deep fear of educated, informed women. But it also shows how women created secret libraries, underground reading groups, and networks for sharing forbidden knowledge. Stay with me, because the story of Victorian women and forbidden books is about to show us that even when every other freedom was restricted, women still found ways to feed their minds. Knowledge is power, which is exactly why Victorian society worked so hard to keep it away from women. Not all knowledge, of course. Women were encouraged to read poetry, moral stories and religious texts, but novels, philosophy, science, and political theory. Those were considered dangerous, corrupting, capable of damaging a woman's delicate mind and making her unfit for her proper role in society. There were actual lists published, circulated lists of books that women should not be allowed to read, and families took these lists seriously, locking away forbidden volumes, monitoring their daughters' reading habits and treating books like illegal items. But here's the beautiful part: women read them anyway. They created secret libraries, underground lending networks, and elaborate methods to access the knowledge they were being denied. And in doing so, they proved exactly why those books were considered dangerous, because educated women started questioning everything. Let me transport you to a bookstore in London, 1872. A young woman named Charlotte Freeman, 19 years old, enters the shop with her mother's maid as chaperone. She's supposedly looking for a new book of poetry, something safe and appropriate. But what Charlotte really wants is hidden behind the counter. She's heard about a new novel that's causing scandal, Middlemarch, by George Eliot. It's a complex, intellectually demanding book about a woman who has aspirations beyond marriage, who cares about learning and making a significant contribution to the world. Charlotte can't ask for it directly, not with the maid listening, so she uses a prearranged signal with the shopkeeper, a progressive-minded man who believes women should be allowed to read what they choose. She asks to see the new volume of botanical illustrations, which is their code. The shopkeeper nods, disappears into the back room, and returns with a package wrapped in plain brown paper. Inside is Middlemarch, but the outer label reads Mrs. Hemans's Sacred Poetry, a completely respectable approved title. Charlotte pays the maid, sees nothing suspicious, and they depart. Back home, Charlotte will conceal the book inside the cover of an approved text, reading it in stolen moments when she's supposed to be doing needlework or practicing piano. This was not rare. This was how countless Victorian women accessed forbidden knowledge through trickery, code words, disguised packages, and networks of supportive booksellers and librarians. The logic behind restricting women's reading was built on several beliefs, all of which were nonsense but were treated as scientific fact. First, there was the belief that women's brains were smaller and less capable than men's, and therefore couldn't manage complex or challenging material. An 1873 medical text by Dr. Edward Clark of Harvard claimed that too much studying could damage women's reproductive systems by redirecting blood flow from the uterus to the brain. That's right, you heard me. The prevailing thought was that if women engaged their intellect too much, their capacity for bearing children would be negatively affected. This was presented and accepted as established medical doctrine. Secondly, a common conviction was that certain subjects were fundamentally damaging to a woman's good character. Books discussing strong emotions, personal drive, social critique, or non-traditional relationships were considered to be planting hazardous ideas that might lead women to become unhappy with their expected duties. An etiquette guide from 1860 stated that a young woman should steer clear of novels featuring heroines with great willpower and independent minds, since these would foster unrealistic hopes and dissatisfaction with the quiet home life for which she is best suited. In simpler terms, don't allow women to read about women seeking a fuller life, because they might start desiring more for themselves as well. A third key concern was the fear surrounding sexual knowledge. Any publication that explored romantic themes beyond the most pure and abstract definitions was judged as dangerous. Women were expected to remain ignorant of physical intimacy until their wedding night, so anything that could give them details about sexual relations was strictly forbidden. The exact list of prohibited reading varied somewhat depending on the person compiling it, but several targets were consistently singled out. French fiction was almost universally off-limits for young women. Anything authored by Balzac, Flaubert or Dumas was seen as far too suggestive and morally suspect. The fact that these were literary masterpieces was irrelevant. They addressed topics like infidelity, desire, and uncomfortable social realities that respectable young ladies were not supposed to be aware of. Even some English literature caused issues. Charlotte Bronte's Jane Eyre was controversial because Jane was viewed as overly autonomous and passionate. An 1848 critique attacked the book as dangerous reading for young women because it depicted a protagonist who asserted equality with men and followed her own internal moral code. Anything touching on evolution or scientific materialism was prohibited. Darwin's On the Origin of Species was certainly not intended for a female audience. Neither were the writings of Herbert Spencer or other scientists whose concepts challenged established religious beliefs. Political and philosophical texts were almost completely restricted. John Stuart Mill's The Subjection of Women, which advocated for women's rights and equality, was ironically banned for the very group it was written to champion. Women were not supposed to read arguments in favour of their own freedom. Even poetry could be risky if it was too emotional or unconventional. Lord Byron's works were often limited because of their sensual nature and Byron's scandalous private life. One example is particularly ridiculous. Some families forbade their daughters from reading Shakespeare without prior editing and censorship. Specific family-friendly versions of Shakespeare were printed with all sexual references, violence, and ethically ambiguous content removed or cleaned up. There is a published edition from 1864 titled The Family Shakespeare, edited by Thomas Bowdler, which is where we get the term Bowdlerize. It removes enormous sections of the plays to make them appropriate for female readers and young people. The result is often nonsensical, but at least it is considered morally clean. The policing of reading material varied by household, but could be quite strict. Some homes had lockable bookshelves where questionable books were stored, only accessible to the man who was the head of the family. Daughters were only given keys for the shelves that held approved books. Other families would check every single book a daughter wished to borrow from a library or buy. Some families maintained reading diaries where daughters had to log what they had read, guaranteeing parental oversight of their intellectual consumption. Educational institutions for young women had their own guidelines. Finishing schools and female academies carefully curated their collections, removing anything that might give young women inappropriate notions. An 1870 catalogue from a highly regarded girls' school in Boston lists its library holdings. Hundreds of volumes of verse, moral fables, religious works, and sanitized history. Noticeably absent were modern novels, political thought, scientific texts, or anything that might promote independent thought. But here's the interesting part. The very restrictions sparked their own rebellion. The simple act of forbidding books made them more appealing and prompted women to go to great lengths to get hold of them. Clandestine reading groups sprang up among women. They would combine money to buy banned books, conceal them in pre-arranged spots and pass them around the group. Each member would read quickly and pass the book along before it could be found. There is evidence of one such club in Philadelphia in the 1860s. A group of 8 women between the ages of 18 and 28 maintained what they called their subversive library, a collection of prohibited books hidden in the attic of one member's house. They met monthly, supposedly for sewing, but actually to discuss their illegal reading. Their list of reading material, preserved in one member's diary, included Jane Eyre, works by George Sand, a French female author who wore men's clothing and challenged every social convention, political essays, scientific studies, and contemporary novels that tackled societal issues. The diary entry from 1866 states, "We are told these books will corrupt us, make us unfit for marriage and motherhood. Perhaps they are right to fear, since reading Mill's essays on liberty, I find it increasingly difficult to accept arguments for my own submission. Is this corruption, or is it awakening?" That's the perfect question, isn't it? From the perspective of those seeking to maintain authority, yes. These books were corrupting. They were corrupting the fundamental assumptions that kept women subservient. Libraries became complex spaces within this environment. Public libraries were expanding in the 19th century, theoretically offering access to knowledge for everyone. But many libraries had separate reading areas for women with limited book selections or required written permission from a male family member before a woman could check out certain books. Some librarians, however, were quietly defiant. There are stories of librarians, both men and women, who would assist women in accessing forbidden books through various creative strategies, misfiling books, letting women browse unrestricted sections when nobody was observing or simply looking the other way. One librarian in New York, a woman named Lydia Abbott, kept detailed records in the 1880s of her efforts to help female patrons access books they were not supposed to read. Her private journal describes creating a system where women could request books using numerical codes instead of titles, protecting them from inspection. She wrote in 1884, "I have facilitated the intellectual liberation of dozens of women this year. Society tells them their minds are too weak for serious study, then wonders why women seem intellectually inferior. I know the truth. Given access to knowledge, women are every bit as capable as men. I see it daily in the questions they ask, the insights they share, the hunger for learning they display." The international aspect of reading constraints is interesting. American and British restrictions were similar, although American women often had slightly better access to schooling and libraries due to different societal structures. But European nations differed widely. French women of certain social strata had more intellectual freedom. Literary and philosophical discussions took place in salons hosted by women. Scandinavian countries were generally more advanced regarding female education. This provided opportunities for privileged women who could travel. Spending time in France or Italy, ostensibly for cultural enrichment, often meant getting hold of books and ideas unavailable at home. The social class differences were also important. Working-class women who were literate, and many were not, due to limited educational access, faced fewer reading restrictions, simply because no one was monitoring them as carefully. If a factory worker wanted to read a sensational novel, no one especially cared. But middle and upper-class women faced intense scrutiny precisely because their reading choices were seen as reflecting their family's standing and their own eligibility for marriage. The repercussions of being caught with banned books could be serious, not legal ones. There were no laws against women reading, but social ones. A young woman discovered reading inappropriate content might be disciplined by being confined to her room, having privileges taken away, or in extreme situations, being sent away to country relatives to restore her moral character. One documented incident from 1875 involved a young woman in Philadelphia who was found reading a French novel. Her father threw the book into the fireplace and she was banned from visiting the library for 6 months. She was also temporarily removed from all social life. No parties, no visitors, no social outings until the family was confident she had learned her lesson. The irony is that many of the books forbidden to women were actually written by women. George Eliot, the Bronte sisters, George Sand. These writers often used male pen names, partly to be taken seriously, but their works were still considered too dangerous for female readers. Female authors themselves often wrote about the absurdity of reading restrictions. In an 1847 preface to Jane Eyre, Charlotte Bronte, writing as Currer Bell, addressed the criticism that her book was unsuitable for women. "I am told that my heroine is too passionate, too independent, too unwomanly. I maintain that she is merely human and that women are entitled to the full range of human emotion and ambition." The late 19th century brought gradual shifts. The growth of women's colleges created environments where women could read freely and discuss concepts openly. Bryn Mawr, Vassar, Wellesley and other institutions built serious academic libraries that did not limit women's access to knowledge. The suffragist movement clearly linked intellectual liberty with political liberty. Susan B. Anthony stated in an 1875 address, "We are told we cannot understand political matters, yet we are forbidden the books that would educate us politically. We are told our minds are inferior, yet we are denied the intellectual nourishment that develops minds. This is not protection. This is deliberate handicapping." The early 20th century saw most official reading restrictions for women vanish. The rise of mass-market publishing, public education and changing social views made it impossible to maintain strict control over what women read, but it's worthwhile to consider what was lost during all those decades when women's intellectual growth was deliberately held back. How many female thinkers, authors, scientists, or philosophers might have emerged if they'd had unlimited access to knowledge? How much collective intelligence was squandered by restricting half the population's access to learning? And how many women internalized the message that they were intellectually inferior because they were denied the very tools, books, education, intellectual discussion that would have proven otherwise? The reading restrictions were not about protecting women, they were about maintaining ignorance as a means of control. An educated woman is a dangerous woman, dangerous to systems of oppression, that is. So tonight, if you are able to pick up any book you choose, read any website, or access any piece of information, appreciate that freedom. It was earned through struggle. And speaking of bodily functions and social control, we're moving into a realm that will seem almost ridiculously strange, but was deadly serious to the people involved because Victorian society didn't just regulate what women could read or wear or say. It even attempted to control how they coughed, sneezed, and breathed in public. The sneezing issue is about to demonstrate just how deeply etiquette rules intruded into even the most fundamental involuntary human functions and the health consequences. They were more severe than you might expect. Your body has involuntary processes, your heart beats, your lungs breathe, and sometimes when irritants enter your respiratory system you sneeze or cough. These are automatic protective reflexes that you literally cannot command. Victorian society looked at these basic biological activities and decided, we need rules for those. Extensive, complex rules that women must comply with even when their bodies are trying to clear dust or prevent choking. Yes, there were guidelines on proper etiquette for how women were supposed to sneeze, cough, yawn, hiccup, and even breathe in public, and the outcomes of performing any of these incorrectly ranged from social embarrassment to actual physical harm. This is the sneeze situation, and it's going to show you just how deeply etiquette rules penetrated women's bodies, right down to their autonomic nervous system. Let me describe a scene for you. Vienna, 1879. A formal dinner party at an aristocratic home. Among the guests is a young woman named Katerina Mellor, aged 21, visiting from a slightly less affluent family, hoping to establish connections in high society. The dinner is going flawlessly. Katerina has successfully navigated all the protocols. The correct gloves, suitable conversation, proper posture. She feels self-assured. Then, disaster strikes. Dust from the elaborate floral centerpiece irritates her nose. She senses a sneeze building. Not a minor one, a real full-body sneeze that her respiratory system is demanding she release. Katerina has approximately 3 seconds to make a decision. She can sneeze naturally and violate every rule of feminine behavior, or she can try to hold it in. According to the intricate protocol she has been taught, she chooses suppression. She quickly draws a breath, holding it as she covers her nose with a handkerchief and suppresses the oncoming sneeze internally. The contained force needs an outlet. Her ears experience a painful popping sensation. Her vision blurs with tears. The struggle to hold her breath and the internal pressure cause her chest to throb. A quiet, almost imperceptible little sound slips past her lips. A triumph based on the era's social codes. She managed to stifle an involuntary reflex so effectively it was practically missed. Yet the dinner goes on, and Katerina's ears buzz continually. By the following dawn, one ear is entirely congested and throbbing. In 48 hours, she's fighting a severe ear infection, all because of that suppressed sneeze's internal force. She'll spend the next 3 weeks confined to bed, and months later will still have partial deafness in that ear, just because releasing a typical sneeze would have violated ladylike decorum. This is factual. Medical journals from the Victorian period document instances of women suffering ear infections, ruptured eye vessels, and even hernias from over forcefully restraining coughs and sneezes. A British medical journal piece from 1868, titled "On the Dangers of Suppressing Natural Excretions and Exhalations," specifically warned that women were causing themselves harm by strictly adhering to etiquette surrounding bodily functions. The physician who authored it stated, "I have attended countless young ladies whose health has been compromised by excessive repression of natural functions. The societal expectation to silence coughs, sneezes, and other bodily noises led to actual physical injury." Consider that for a moment. Physicians were treating women injured by social rules and dedicating medical articles to the problem. Still, society demanded that women continue to obey those rules. So what precisely were the rules about sneezing and coughing? Let's analyse the absurdity. Rule number 1. A lady must never sneeze abruptly or loudly. An 1875 etiquette guide instructs, if a lady feels a sneeze coming on, she must completely prevent it if at all possible. If prevention is impossible, the sneeze must be muted through a handkerchief and diminished to the quietest sound attainable. A loud sneeze signified poor refinement and a lack of self-discipline. Notice the terminology, a lack of self-discipline regarding an automatic reflex. You were expected to manage the unmanageable. Rule number 2. The visible manifestation of a sneeze must be minimized. No sudden head movement, no full-body jerks, no distorting your face. You are supposed to sneeze while keeping a composed feminine appearance, essentially without movement or expression. An 1863 manual on polished manners advises the countenance should remain composed even while sneezing. Practice in front of a mirror to gain the ability to expel irritants without facial contortion. Practice sneezing in a mirror. Let that truly register. They required women to rehearse involuntary reflexes until they could perform them without any visible reaction. Rule number 3. Never sneeze facing others, and ideally turn completely away so that others barely notice the event. This element actually holds some practical merit from a cleanliness perspective, but the Victorian execution pushed it to extremes. You were essentially required to vanish if you needed to sneeze. Rule number 4. Apologise afterward. Even though a sneeze is involuntary and not a transgression, you are still expected to offer a quiet apology for the disturbance. "Excuse me, or I beg your pardon," said softly. The rules for coughing were equally complicated. Coughing was deemed especially troublesome because it could be noisy, could last for several moments, and often couldn't be fully suppressed. If you were truly choking or had a genuine breathing issue, the proper protocol for coughing involved pressing a handkerchief to your mouth, turning away from company, and producing the softest possible cough. If you had a persistent cough from illness, you were often expected simply not to appear in public until it passed. An etiquette guide from 1880 states plainly, "A lady suffering from a cough severe enough to be heard in company should withdraw from social gatherings until her health is recovered." The disturbance to polite society caused by repeated coughing is disrespectful and offensive. So if you were unwell, you were to be socially isolated, not for public health safety, but because your physical symptoms were bothersome to others. Yawning had its own set of rules. Yawning openly was considered extremely crude and a signal of boredom or laziness. If you felt a yawn approaching, you were expected to suppress it entirely or conceal it so completely no one could detect it. The technique, taught in finishing schools, involved keeping your mouth closed, breathing only through your nose, and possibly pushing your tongue against the roof of your mouth to interrupt the reflex. If the yawn was too powerful to suppress, you could disguise it by raising your handkerchief to your face as if wiping your nose, yawning into the cloth, and then lowering the handkerchief without anyone being aware. An 1877 handbook advises, "Yawning implies either sickness or poor manners, neither of which a lady wishes to project." Master the skill of the hidden yawn and cultivate enough self-control to avoid circumstances of extreme tiredness that might trigger yawning. Cultivate enough self-control to avoid extreme tiredness. In other words, avoid getting fatigued, because the body's natural response to exhaustion is socially forbidden. Hiccups were arguably the toughest to deal with because they are completely involuntary and often prolonged. The guidance for hiccups mostly focused on trying every home remedy to halt them immediately and, if they persisted, removing yourself from the gathering. But this is where it turns more disturbing. Some of the suggested remedies for hiccups found in etiquette manuals were genuinely hazardous. One manual advises drinking water while holding your breath and pinching your nose, which carried a risk of choking. Another suggests a sudden shock, having someone frighten you, which for women tightly bound in corsets, could result in fainting. Even breathing itself was regulated. We previously discussed how corsets made deep breathing impossible, but beyond that, there were regulations about audible breathing. Breathing was supposed to be quiet, unnoticeable. Sighing was viewed as overly dramatic and seeking attention. Heavy breathing or gasping, even after physical activity like climbing stairs, was unrefined. An 1872 etiquette guide actually includes this. A lady's breathing should be so quiet as to be unheard by those near her. Loud breathing suggests vigorous health, better suited for manual labour than cultivated society, or worse, implies exertion inappropriate for a lady. So even the sound of air entering your body was expected to be managed and concealed. The medical repercussions of constantly suppressing all these bodily functions were significant and well documented, though largely dismissed by etiquette authorities. Suppressing sneezes, as we observed with Katerina, could lead to ear problems, sinus infections, and in extreme cases, inner ear or blood vessel damage. Suppressing coughs when your body needed to clear your airways could result in more severe respiratory infections, pneumonia, or lasting lung issues. The continual shallow breathing necessitated by corsets and encouraged by etiquette caused chronic oxygen deprivation, which contributed to the fainting, exhaustion, and nervous conditions that were so common among Victorian women. A physician named Dr. Arabella Keneally published an essay in 1899 called The Toilet of Health that explicitly linked women's health issues to constricting clothing and social demands. She wrote, "We question why women suffer from nervous fatigue, headaches and feebleness, yet we prohibit them from taking deep breaths, demand they suppress natural excretory functions, and confine their torsos in garments that prevent proper oxygenation." The real mystery is not why women are unhealthy, but how they survive at all under such constraints. That final statement is crushing in its honesty. How did women endure? By being more resilient and tougher than their society acknowledged. The social and economic dimensions of bodily function etiquette are revealing. These complex suppression techniques served as badges of upper-class sophistication. Working-class women who sneezed normally, coughed audibly, or breathed heavily were deemed crude and unpolished. This established another hierarchy where women's bodies were judged. If you could successfully inhibit all natural functions, you demonstrated the self-control and refinement of the elite. If you couldn't, if you sneezed typically or coughed when necessary, you exposed yourself as lower class or poorly bred. There's also a gender-based double standard. As with everything we've examined tonight, men faced some expectations regarding polite coughing and sneezing, but nothing like the intense suppression demanded of women. A man could sneeze forcefully, could cough openly when needed, and yawn without elaborate concealment. These actions were interpreted as signs of his vitality and sound health. Women who did the same were considered vulgar and out of control. Some women's health advocates began to publicly criticize these practices late in the 19th century. The dress reform movement, which opposed corsets, also challenged the extreme repression of bodily functions. Dr. Mary Putnam Jacobi, one of the first female doctors in America, published research in the 1880s demonstrating that women's supposed physical frailty was largely a consequence of restrictive practices, not intrinsic biology. She included data on respiratory capacity in women who wore corsets versus those who did not, revealing significant disparities in lung volume and oxygen intake. Her findings were frequently dismissed or ignored, but they provided scientific proof for what women already knew from experience. These rules were harmful. The early 20th century brought gradual shifts. As women became more physically active, participating in sports, riding bicycles, taking part in outdoor recreation, the pretense that they couldn't breathe deeply or cough when needed became untenable. The 1918 influenza pandemic also changed perspectives. When millions were ill and coughing, the idea that coughing should be daintily suppressed seemed ridiculous. Public health campaigns actually encouraged people to cough and sneeze into handkerchiefs for sanitation reasons, which normalized these involuntary functions. By the 1920s, most of the elaborate suppression protocols had been abandoned. Women could sneeze, cough, yawn, and breathe without extensive performance or apology. But it's important to reflect on what these rules truly symbolized. They were about controlling women's bodies at the most basic level, literally regulating how air moved into and out of their lungs, and how they expelled irritants from their respiratory systems. When you regulate a person's breathing, when you make them feel embarrassment for involuntary bodily functions, you transmit a powerful message. Your body does not belong to you. Even its most fundamental processes are subject to outside control and scrutiny. Tonight, take a full deep breath, really filling your lungs completely. Appreciate that you can do this without seeking permission or worrying if it's appropriate for a lady. If you feel the need to sneeze, you can sneeze. If you need to cough, you can cough. Your body is permitted to function as it was designed to, without performing for propriety. These may seem like trivial freedoms until you remember they were denied to millions of women for generations. Now, as we approach the end of our discussion tonight, we're going to examine a topic that connects many of the ideas we've covered. Control over women's bodies, financial dependence, and the systemic limitation of women's autonomy. Because Victorian women were not just forbidden from showing their ankles, speaking freely, or breathing deeply, they were actively prohibited from touching money, from engaging in financial transactions, from having any real economic independence. The money madness is about to expose how financial restriction was used as one of the most powerful means of control, and how women's struggle for the simple right to earn and manage their own money was one of the most critical battles of the era. Monetary wealth signifies liberty, the capacity to acquire necessities, to make independent choices, to sustain oneself, and to escape an untenable situation when required. Financial self-reliance is vital to individual freedom. Victorian society grasped this entirely, which explains their intense efforts to deny women access to capital. It wasn't simply that women earned less than men or were barred from most careers, though both were facts of life. The prohibition extended deeper than mere employment. Women were actively discouraged and sometimes legally forbidden from handling any money whatsoever. Touching currency was considered crude, undignified, and in certain circles, literally soiled. The woman who meticulously managed a complicated family budget, as we've discussed previously, was compelled to do so while pretending that cash was non-existent. Unmarried women in particular often navigated their entire lives without ever directly touching coins or paper money. This is the financial absurdity, the systematic economic infantilization of half the populace. Let's talk about Isabella Morton, Boston, 1881. Isabella is 28, unmarried, and lives with her aging father. Her mother passed away 5 years ago, and since then Isabella has been running the household, overseeing the staff, managing expenses, and maintaining the estate. She is fully aware of every cost. She meticulously records every cent in detailed account books. She makes every purchasing decision, yet she never handles the money itself. Here's the process. Isabella informs the housekeeper what items are needed. The housekeeper then approaches Isabella's father to request the necessary funds. The father provides the housekeeper with cash from his wallet. The housekeeper makes the purchases and returns any change to the father, along with all receipts. Isabella reviews the receipts and updates her ledgers, but she never sees actual currency. When Isabella needs something personal, new gloves, sheet music, books, she must ask her father for the money. At 28, A grown woman administering an entire household, she must seek permission and receive an allowance, like a child. One afternoon, Isabella is out walking with only a maid for company, and she passes a bookshop. She sees a volume she desires, a newly released novel. On impulse, she enters to purchase it. The shopkeeper states the price. Isabella realizes she is carrying no money. She has never carried money. The maid has a small reserve for minor emergencies, but it is insufficient for the book. Isabella feels utterly mortified. She is an adult woman unable to complete a simple transaction because she is forbidden from possessing her own funds. She leaves the shop empty-handed, overcome with shame and helplessness. That evening she requests money from her father to buy the book. He interrogates her about the title, why she wants it, and whether it's suitable reading material. She is 28 years old, yet she lacks financial privacy or autonomy. Isabella writes in her diary that night, "I oversee thousands of dollars in domestic expenditure annually, yet I cannot buy myself a $3 book without supplication. I am simultaneously trusted with the family's solvency and treated as incapable of managing $3 of my own. This is not safeguarding, this is incarceration." Isabella's plight was typical for unmarried women of the middle and upper classes. The rationale for preventing women from managing money had various elements, all ultimately centered on dominance, not protection. Firstly, there was the belief that money was inherently coarse, and that gentlewomen should be elevated above such vulgar matters. An etiquette guide from 1855 stated, "A true lady possesses no direct knowledge of fiscal concerns." Her father, and later her husband, shield her from the crudeness of financial dealings. She need only voice her desires, and they are provided for. To handle cash directly would lower her to the station of tradespeople. Note that language. Lower her to the level of tradespeople. Money was tied to labour, to commerce, to the public sphere. Ladies were expected to occupy a refined private domestic sphere where finance did not intrude. Secondly, there was the assertion that women could not be trusted with money because they lacked the necessary judgment for sensible spending. They were thought to be capricious, extravagant, and easily duped by merchants. A book on domestic administration from 1867 claimed, "Women, with their natural penchant for decoration and extravagance, require male oversight in pecuniary matters. Left to their own devices, they will spend recklessly on trifles and ornaments." This completely overlooked the fact that women were already running household budgets, making purchasing choices, and demonstrating financial acumen every day. They simply had to operate through intermediaries. Thirdly, and most crucially, financial reliance guaranteed women's subordination. If you have no access to money, you cannot leave an abusive marriage. You cannot support yourself, and you cannot make independent decisions. You are completely reliant on male relatives for your very survival. This was not unintentional. It was the whole objective. The legal structure cemented women's financial powerlessness under the principle of coverture, which was the law in Britain and America throughout most of the 19th century. A married woman had no separate legal identity from her husband. Any assets or money she brought to the marriage became his property. Any wages she earned belonged to him. She could not sign contracts, could not sue or be sued, and could not manage her own finances. An 1848 law text declared, "By marriage the husband and wife are one person in law. That is, the very being or legal existence of the woman is suspended during the marriage, or at least incorporated and consolidated into that of the husband. She effectively ceased to exist as a legal entity. Everything she owned or acquired became his possession. This meant that women who inherited wealth from their fathers immediately lost all control over it upon their marriage. Wealthy families attempted to safeguard their daughters with trust funds supervised by male trustees. Yet, even this workaround necessitated treating adult women as incompetent to manage their own inheritances. For working-class women who did earn an income, the situation was equally unfair. A woman employed in a factory, a store, or as a domestic servant would receive her wages, but if she was married, her husband was legally entitled to claim them. There are painful accounts of women working long shifts only to see their husbands seize their entire paycheck to spend on drinking or gambling, leaving nothing for the family or the children's needs. The women had no legal recourse because the money was legally his. The Married Women's Property Acts, which were passed incrementally in various jurisdictions beginning in the 1840s and continuing into the 1880s, began to overturn this. These statutes permitted married women to hold property and control their own earnings. The opposition to these laws was fierce. Critics argued that granting women financial independence would destroy the family unit, promote divorce, and overturn the natural social order. One member of the British Parliament argued against the 1870 Married Women's Property Act by claiming that if wives controlled their own money, they would no longer be economically reliant on their husbands, and the marital bonds would dissolve. Financial reliance is not oppression, he claimed, but the very groundwork of matrimonial concord. He inadvertently confessed that marital concord depended on women's financial helplessness. That's not a partnership. That's duress. Even after these laws were enacted, social customs regarding women and money remained restrictive. Respectable women were still discouraged from handling currency directly. The practical methods of avoiding money handling were often complex. Women would maintain accounts at local shops where their husbands or fathers were billed monthly. They would never see cash change hands. Goods were delivered, bills were sent to the male head of the household, and payments were settled behind the scenes. For larger purchases or investments, women would utilize male intermediaries, lawyers, bankers, male relatives, even if the funds were legally theirs. There's a documented instance from 1885 involving a wealthy widow named Eleanor Whitmore, who had inherited a considerable estate from her deceased husband. The fortune was legally hers, but when she attempted to invest in railroad shares, her banker insisted she have a male relative. Her adult son endorsed the transaction. The banker claimed this was for her own protection, but the reality was that he didn't trust a woman to make sensible investment decisions. Eleanor eventually located a different banker who was willing to work with her directly, but she had to search around because most financial institutions simply refused to treat women as independent clients. The link between money and moral impurity was particularly strange. Some guides to social conduct actually depicted currency as literally dirty and inappropriate for a lady's hands. An 1870 manual advised, "Coins pass through many hands and accumulate filth and moral contamination from various origins. A lady should avoid handling them whenever possible, and should certainly cleanse her hands immediately after any unavoidable contact with currency." Moral contamination? As though coins carried sin that would rub off on pure feminine hands. This led to ridiculous situations where women would use gloves or handkerchiefs as a shield when forced to touch money, treating it like a hazardous substance. But of course, this sensitivity only applied to a certain class of women. Working-class women, servants and shopgirls handled money constantly out of necessity. The moral contamination argument was applied selectively, demonstrating that the real issue was class and control, not genuine concern for cleanliness. The prohibition on women managing money extended to charitable work in curious ways. Upper-class women were encouraged to do philanthropy. It was considered suitably feminine to aid the disadvantaged, but they were expected to provide supplies, services and time, not money directly. If a charity required funds, women would organise events, solicit donations and manage the logistics. But the actual cash would be handled by a male treasurer. Women could do all the effort of fundraising, but were not trusted to manage the very funds they had raised. There are records of women's philanthropic societies in the 1870s and 1880s that raised thousands of dollars but were required to turn the money over to male board members for actual dispersal. The women had proven their competency by acquiring the funds, yet were still deemed incompetent to administer them. Some women devised clever workarounds. Women who wrote, novelists, journalists, poets, often published using male pseudonyms, partly to be taken seriously but also to secure payment. Publishers were more inclined to pay a male author directly, rather than insisting on paying through a husband or father. George Eliot, George Sand, and numerous other female writers adopted male names partially for this practical financial consideration. Women also created savings clubs among themselves, informal collectives where they would contribute small sums regularly, establishing collective funds they could access for necessities or opportunities. These were early forms of financial mutual support that operated outside the formal banking system that either excluded or treated women like children. The struggle for women's financial rights was a core component of the wider women's rights movement. Suffragists understood that without economic self-determination, political rights were minimal. Susan B. Anthony famously declared in 1871, "A woman must have a purse of her own. She must have pecuniary independence. So long as she must request money from her husband or father, she cannot be truly free. Economic dependence is the source of all other dependencies." The dawn of the 20th century brought slow progress. More women entered the paid workforce. More laws recognized women's property rights. More banks and businesses became willing to interact with women as independent clients. But change was gradual and inconsistent. As late as the 1960s, many American banks would not issue credit cards to single women, or would mandate that married women have their husband co-sign. The assumption that women were incapable of managing money responsibly lingered long after the legal basis for it had vanished. Consider what financial constraint meant in practical terms. If you were trapped in an abusive marriage, you were often unable to leave because you had no money and no means of earning it. If your father or husband drank, gambled, or mismanaged the finances, you suffered the consequences but had no power to intervene. If you had aspirations, needs, or ideas, you had to beg for the funds to pursue them instead of simply accessing your own resources. Financial control was perhaps the most potent instrument of patriarchal power because it was the foundation for all other forms of control. You cannot escape other restrictions if you lack the economic means to do so. And the cruelest irony? Many Victorian women were exceptionally adept financial managers. They navigated complex household budgets, made shrewd purchasing decisions, and displayed sophisticated economic judgment. They simply had to do it through proxies, without recognition, and without independence. Women like Isabella Morton, who managed thousands of dollars in household expenses but could not purchase a $3 book for herself, that's not protection. That's deliberate disempowerment. Tonight, if you have your own bank account, your own credit card, your own money that you can spend without asking permission, recognize that as a hard-earned liberty. Women battled for decades for the right to economic independence. They faced incarceration for it. They risked social rejection for it because they understood that without financial freedom, no other liberty is truly secure. Now we've explored 13 different ways Victorian society limited, governed and oppressed women, from their feet to their voices, from their breath to their bank accounts. But there is one final rule we must examine, one that brings together all these themes of pressure, control, and the overwhelming burden of expectation. Because the ultimate rule of decorum for Victorian women was that you had exactly one social season to secure a spouse. And if you failed, you were branded a spinster and considered socially irrelevant. The marriage market was more than just pressure. It was a grueling test that determined your entire future in the span of a few months. Remain with me for this final segment because the story of the marriage season exposes what all these other rules were ultimately designed to achieve, to force women into marriage as their only acceptable life path. Everything we've discussed tonight, the ankle covering, the voice silencing, the corset crushing, the laughter suppressing, the glove obsession, the chaperonage, the calling cards, the furniture modesty, the letter limitations, the invisible labour, the bathing dangers, the reading prohibitions, the sneeze control, the money withholding, all of it had one ultimate purpose: to prepare women for marriage, to make them desirable commodities in the marriage market, and to ensure they understood that marriage was not just their best option, it was their only option. Welcome to the debutante season, where young women had roughly 6 months to secure a husband or face the fate of becoming what society cruelly termed a spinster. A woman past her prime, a failure, an object of pity and derision. This was not gentle social influence. This was a high-stakes ordeal where your entire future, your financial security, your social standing, your family's reputation, your fundamental value as a person, all hung in the balance. Let me introduce you to the world of Evelyn Hartley. New York City, 1888. Evelyn is 17 years old, and this is her debut season. After years of preparation, finishing school, etiquette training, music and art lessons, learning all the rules we've discussed, tonight she is finally being presented to society. The season spans from late fall through early spring. During these months, Evelyn will attend numerous balls, dinners, and social gatherings. Her family has spent thousands of dollars on her wardrobe, multiple ball gowns, day dresses, and accessories, all to make her appear prosperous and appealing. Her mother has assembled a list of eligible bachelors, men from respectable families with adequate means. These are Evelyn's targets. She must capture their attention, demonstrate her skills, piano playing, conversation, dancing, prove her suitability as a wife, and, ideally, receive a marriage proposal before the season concludes. The pressure is immense. Evelyn's family has 2 younger daughters who will also require their own debut seasons. If Evelyn successfully makes a good match, it aids her sister's prospects. If she fails, it damages them. Every event is a performance. Evelyn must be charming but not aggressive, beautiful but not conceited, accomplished but not competitive with men, intelligent but not intellectual, present but not attention-seeking. She must navigate all the rules of decorum we've discussed while appearing effortlessly natural and appealing. By February, several of Evelyn's finishing school friends have received proposals. They are celebrating, planning their weddings. Evelyn has had pleasant interactions with several gentlemen, but no one has yet asked her father for permission to court her seriously. March arrives. The season is drawing to a close. Evelyn's mother is becoming anxious, making sharp comments about how Evelyn should smile more, discuss books less, and not express opinions so readily. The message is unambiguous. You are running out of time, and you are failing. April comes, and the season officially ends. Evelyn has not received a proposal. She is not devastated. She is only 17 after all. She can try again next year, but the label has already begun to stick. She has had 1 season and failed to secure a husband. She has been on the market for months and remains unmarried. If she goes through a 2nd season without success, the rumours will intensify. By a 3rd season, she will be considered damaged goods, and men will speculate what flaw prevents anyone from wanting to marry her. The financial reality of the marriage market was harsh and transparent. Young women were explicitly referred to as being on the market. Their value was calculated like property or livestock. A woman's worth in the marriage market was assessed based on several variables: her family's social rank, her dowry, or anticipated inheritance, her physical appearance, her accomplishments, her age, and, crucially, her reputation, which meant her faultless adherence to all those rules of etiquette we've spent tonight examining. A magazine article from 1875 about the New York social season included this chilling passage. The annual marriage market opens with great anticipation. This season's collection of young ladies appears promising, with several possessing both beauty and fortune. Prudent young men will act swiftly to secure the most valuable specimens before they are claimed. Specimens. Human beings reduced to specimens to be claimed. The age constraint was particularly merciless. The ideal age for marriage for upper-class women was considered to be between 17 and 22. After 23, you were getting advanced in years. After 25, you were perilously close to spinster territory. After 30, you were essentially considered unmarriageable, barring unusual circumstances. An etiquette book from 1882 stated plainly, "A lady who remains unmarried past her 25th year must accept that her marital opportunities diminish with each passing season. She should temper her expectations and consider men she might have rejected in her earlier youth. In essence, once you're considered old at 25, you should be grateful for any offer you receive." The spinster label was crushing because it signified more than just marital status. It defined social worth. Unmarried women were viewed as failures, as pitiable beings who had not fulfilled their primary function. There is a heartbreaking diary entry from 1879 by a woman named Caroline Whitfield, who was 32 and unmarried. She wrote, "I am introduced at social gatherings as poor Miss Whitfield, the spinster. I manage my late father's estate quite capably, I read extensively, I contribute to charitable causes, I have friendships and interests, but society sees only my unmarried state and judges me a failure. I am financially independent, intellectually curious, and personally content, yet I am pitied as if I were afflicted with a disease." The compulsion to marry created a desperation that drove women into unsuitable, sometimes dangerous, marriages. If your choices were to marry anyone or face social irrelevance, many women made poor decisions out of panic. There are recorded cases of women marrying men they barely knew. Men who were alcoholics, gamblers, or men who were abusive or controlling, simply because a proposal was offered and the alternative, remaining unmarried, seemed worse. One woman, writing anonymously in an 1885 women's magazine, described her choice. "I married at age 23 to escape the spinster label. I barely knew my husband. Within a year, I realized I had exchanged temporary social anxiety for a lifetime of sorrow. But divorce was impossible. Separation was scandalous, and I was legally and financially bound to a man I neither respected nor loved. I caution young women, the fear of being unmarried is trivial compared to the reality of being miserably married." For women who did remain single, their options were extremely limited. If they came from affluent families, they might reside with relatives, existing in a subordinate, dependent role in someone else's home. They could engage in charitable activities, but, as we discussed, without control over funds or genuine authority. Some unmarried women became teachers or governesses, one of the few respectable occupations open to educated women. But these positions were poorly compensated and socially ambiguous. Governesses existed between social classes, too educated to be servants, yet employees rather than family members. Charlotte Bronte wrote about this agonizing in-between status in Jane Eyre, the governess who is neither a servant nor an equal, who must navigate complex social hierarchies while striving to maintain dignity despite her low status. Working-class unmarried women faced different struggles. They typically worked for wages in shops, factories, or as servants. They possessed more economic independence than wealthy unmarried women in some respects, but they also faced exploitation, meagre pay, and harsh working conditions. The marriage market also had a class and race dimension that is important to recognise. The rigid debutante season we're describing was primarily a white upper-class phenomenon. Immigrant women, working-class women, and women of colour navigated distinct marital markets with different opportunities and different pressures. but across all groups, the fundamental pressure existed. Women were defined primarily by their marital status, and their worth was judged accordingly. Some women rejected the marriage market entirely. They chose to remain single, pursue education or careers, and live independently or in communities with other women. These women faced social condemnation and financial obstacles, but they also discovered freedom and personal fulfillment outside the narrow path society dictated. The so-called Boston marriages of the late 19th century, where two women lived together in committed relationships, were one such alternative. Some of these were romantic relationships, others were profound friendships and economic partnerships. They provided women with companionship and support outside of traditional marriage. Women's colleges that emerged in the late 19th century created environments where unmarried women could live as scholars and educators, constructing lives centered on intellectual pursuits rather than domesticity and marriage. The push for women's professional opportunities and education was partly about creating alternatives to the marry or nothing dilemma. If women could support themselves financially, if they could have meaningful careers, they would no longer need to marry for survival. This terrified traditionalists who understood that economic independence would fundamentally alter the marriage market. If women could choose whether to marry based on genuine partnership and love rather than economic necessity, the entire system of patriarchal control would be undermined. A conservative writer in 1892 explicitly warned, "The education of women in professions and the granting of economic independence will annihilate the institution of marriage. If women can sustain themselves, they will have no need for husbands and will select spinsterhood over the duties of wifehood." This presents an existential threat to society and family. He was correct that it would transform marriage, but incorrect that this was a negative outcome. When marriage becomes a choice rather than an economic mandate, the marriages that do occur can be founded on genuine partnership rather than female dependence. The early 20th century saw a gradual shift in attitudes. The new woman of the 1890s and 1900s embraced education, delayed marriage, and sought careers. The suffragist movement fought for voting rights, as well as for social and economic changes that would give women real options. World War I, as with so many of the changes we've explored tonight, accelerated this shift. With millions of men at war, women took on jobs and responsibilities that demonstrated their capabilities. The notion that single women were worthless spinsters became unsustainable when those very spinsters were driving ambulances, managing factories, and keeping society functioning. By the 1920s, the rigid debutante season and the desperate marriage market pressure had begun to decline. Women could marry later, pursue careers first, and even choose not to marry without being entirely socially shunned. But we should remember the human cost of the marriage market during all those decades when it was the only acceptable path for women. How many unhappy marriages? How many women trapped with unsuitable men? How many brilliant minds were confined to domestic monotony because no alternatives were available? And how many women who might have excelled as scientists, artists, scholars, or in any number of other professions were instead pressured into marriages they didn't desire simply because society offered no other option? So, here we are, at the conclusion of our exploration of Victorian etiquette rules and the absurd, oppressive, and sometimes lethal restrictions placed on women's lives. We've examined 15 different facets of the Victorian woman's experience, from their covered ankles to their silenced voices, from their crushed torsos to their suppressed laughter, from their monitored gloves to their constant surveillance, from their social calling card rituals to their forbidden books, from their controlled bodily functions to their withheld money, and finally to the marriage market that all these rules were ultimately designed to uphold. The common thread connecting all these rules is control. The systematic control of women's bodies, their movements, their minds, their emotions, their relationships, their finances, and their life decisions. These were not just quaint, outdated customs. They were instruments of oppression, methods for preserving patriarchal power, ways of keeping half the population dependent and subordinate. But here is what is equally vital to remember. Women resisted at every opportunity, in every way they could. Women pushed back. They established clandestine libraries and reading groups. They formed financial mutual aid networks. They found lenient chaperones and used coded language with booksellers. They advocated for dress reform and practical attire. They fought for property rights and access to education. They built alternative communities and chose unconventional lives despite the social repercussions. And eventually they were victorious. Not completely. We still encounter echoes of these former restrictions. But the explicit rules we have discussed tonight are gone. Women can show their legs, express their opinions, breathe deeply, laugh freely, write letters openly, manage their own money, read what they choose, and decide for themselves if, when, and whom to marry. These liberties were not gifts. They were earned through the struggle of courageous women and supportive men who recognized injustice and worked to change it, often at great personal expense. So tonight, as we finish this long journey together, I hope you'll pause to appreciate the freedoms you possess. The simple ability to navigate the world without constant fear of etiquette breaches, the right to learn, to work, to express yourself, and to make your own decisions. And if you notice remnants of these old restrictions in modern life, the ways women's appearance is still policed, the ways women's voices are still minimized, the ways women's bodies are still controlled, the ways women's choices are still limited, recognize them for what they are. They are not natural or inevitable. They are the leftovers of systems of oppression that women have been fighting against for generations. The battle is ongoing, but knowing the history helps us understand what we are fighting for and why it matters. Thank you for spending these hours with me tonight, exploring this often infuriating and fascinating history. I hope these accounts have given you food for thought, made you appreciative of the progress that has been achieved, and perhaps inspired you to question the restrictions that still exist today. If you enjoyed this journey through history's absurd etiquette rules, make sure to subscribe to the channel. Leave a comment below telling me which rule shocked you the most, or share an anecdote about rules of conduct you've encountered in your own life or family history. And stay tuned, because there are many more stories to explore. Other cultures, other eras, other intriguing glimpses into how people lived and what they struggled against. History is full of lessons for us if we are willing to hear them. Until next time, sleep well. And remember that the freedoms you enjoy tonight were someone else's battles and dreams. Honor them by using those freedoms fully and fighting to extend them to everyone who still lacks them. Good night, and I'll see you in the next story.